Next-generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Of 2022.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career. and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Yes, with GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sunal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sunal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry. Do you love these signs, Amy?
Those signs are super popular, aren't they, Beck?
Yeah, we're so lucky that we not only have this one because it'll get crowded, but the one out there overlooking the stadium is perfect for those selfies.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of DDD Perth selfies at the end of the day.
Hi everybody and welcome to DDD Perth 2023. Welcome, we're going to get started. Yeah.
We're just going to get started while everybody filters in. Yeah, Amy.
Well, we would like to start off as well by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And I say that as where are we today, Beck?
Gerbil Yarragon.
Yes, we are right on the banks here. Which
we left the curtains up.
Out the window.
So we can see it.
Yes. But we should probably also quickly acknowledge that we have a bunch of people joining us remotely online who will be from different lands. And we will also have Robin Collard, who's going to welcome us to country later on.
So if you have not been to a DDD Perth event before, we are an inclusive non-profit conference here for the Perth software community. Our goal is to provide a really inclusive event for people who don't often get to conferences. So our values are accessibility, inclusivity, affordability, openness. You can read more about this on our website, and including how we get here.
Yes. We're not the only one in Australia either, so there are other events in Adelaide, Brisbane and Melbourne. In fact, Adelaide is happening on the 18th of November, if anyone wants a road trip across the Nullarbor, and they just announced their agenda. DDD Brisbane have just announced that they're happening on the 2nd of December, and their CFP is open until the 22nd of October. And Melbourne is back as well, and they're going to be on 16th of March next year. And their CFP is also open until the 1st of November. If you would like to be one of the speakers you're going to see today.
So our 2023 theme is Dream, Design, Deploy. Do you like that we've got those 3 Ds up there? DDD Perth. It's not an accident. We have so many people that help us organise this conference, and shout out to our many volunteers who help us dream up this beautiful event.
We have a lot of information about the event as well in our guidebook, which you can find on the website, dddperth.com/conference-day, which has a heap more information about the event today, the venue, and everything that's going to be happening.
What's our next slide, Amy? I can't remember. Okay, so we have over 1,400 participants registered today, in person and online. 30 unique speakers, Amy?
30 unique speakers from all over the world today.
And 20 amazing sponsors.
Yes.
So a big shout out to, first of all, our platinum sponsors, Bankwest, Microsoft and Woodside Energy. Now, this is probably a good time for us to say, are you oriented yet? Have you worked out where we are? So we are in Riverview rooms over there. And if you head out that door that is across there, you know what, let's start again. We're in Riverview room 2 right now.
Yes. And then over here we have Riverview room 1. There will be a wall in there later to make it clear.
Riverview room 3 over this way. Now, when we exit out of here and we go back onto those terraces, the first terrace you see is Champions Terrace, and then you have the Sponsor Hall and the Premiership Terrace. You do have maps around. Everybody in an orange shirt can help you if you do get lost. So our platinum sponsors are on Champions Terrace and in the Sponsor Hall. Our gold sponsors are throughout this area as well, aren't they, Amy? So Insight, VGW, Vicent, Coria, GitHub, Keystart and Mantle Group, you can find them in that Sponsor Hall, in Champions Terrace and also in the Premiership Terrace.
Yes, and outside of the Sponsor Hall as well, we have some tables where you can meet some of our silver sponsors, so MakerX, First Mode, Cognizant, Atlassian and EQU.
And if you haven't found a coffee cart as yet, I highly recommend you do. We have coffee carts in, again, Championships Terrace, inside the Sponsor Hall and up in Premiership Terrace as well. The coffee will be going all day. I will say though, inside sessions, the coffee carts will stop out of respect for our speakers, especially the ones at the back of those terraces.
I do believe the Sponsor Hall coffee cart will still be going then if you are after coffee during a session. We also have some amazing community partners, She Codes, Level Her Up and breast cancer partners. And speaking of She Codes, I think we have some bonus attendees here today as well, don't we, Beck?
Yeah, a special welcome to anyone participating in our coding workshop today. Welcome. You are joining us for the keynote, and then you will be joining us for our lunch note, our second keynote as well. Hey, everybody that's coming in, there are many seats over this side. Please take your time. We don't mind at all if you're getting on through that shot. So, we also have childcare, which is sold out, and it's so important to us that we provide these benefits. So once again, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors.
We would also like to quickly draw attention to our code of conduct as well. We are dedicated to providing a harassment-free experience for everyone today. You can find our code of conduct on the website, dddperth.com/code-of-conduct. You've already viewed and agreed to this when you registered for your ticket as well.
If you have any issues or concerns today, now all of this information is available in those written or printed guidebooks, as well as conference-day. You can raise any issues or concerns by visiting that volunteer desk, speaking to anybody in an orange shirt, direct messaging us on all of the socials, emailing us through. There is an anonymous form also available on that website as well, conference-day.
We have a lot of people here today as well, don't we, Beck? And
yeah, and we love our socials. We love those socials. What platforms do we love?
I'm not allowed to say those.
Just all of them. They're all great.
We are on all of the platforms, whether they support hashtags or not. We are hashtag DDD Perth today. But there are some people who've decided they would not like to have any photos taken of them. So if you see anybody wearing a red lanyard, please do not take their photo, and if you happen to catch them in a photo, please crop or blur or obscure them and respect their choice.
So a little bit more housekeeping, dddperth.com/agenda. For anyone who came last year, we have cached the website this year. It shouldn't go down. We've managed to scale it this year. We do learn from our mistakes. This is a no-smoking venue. If you do need to smoke, head out of Gate D, far, far away from Optus Stadium. Phones on silent during presentations. All of our speakers are volunteers, and we're so grateful to them for coming along, so we offer them the utmost respect and cheer for them. Please keep those lanyards on. Again, a reminder about those red lanyards, and if there is a fire, there's a lot of exits here. We're all good. We're all going to get out safely. Just please find an exit, head on out, and a marshal will help you.
Yeah. We'll quickly call out as well, we're in a different venue, a stadium that is very special to a lot of people. Please enjoy the experience, take a chance to explore within the bounds of our event, have a sit in the chairs and look at the stadium, but please do not go on the grass. So please respect the event marshals that are here today.
So food options. We are going with what we did last year. Everybody who has a lanyard on, and if you do not have a lanyard, please visit that volunteer desk and we will get you sorted. You will have a little number down in the corner. That will correlate to the food choice that you made at registration. If you don't have a number, if you have a 0 or you have a written name tag, we needed to send our lunch orders into the venue. And so you will get fed. But we do apologise if your first or preferred choice is not available. Please wait a couple of minutes at lunchtime when you join that line. If you truly can't eat any of the options that are available, visit us at the volunteer desk. We will problem solve with you. You will absolutely get fed. We've got enough time and problem solving skills amongst us. Where to get your food? You want to take a picture of this one too.
Yes. This one is also available in the guidebook as well, or you can visit the volunteer help desk and they will be able to direct you in the right place. So our food is available in the terraces and in the sports lounge. Once again, same as coffee carts. If a session is still going on, please do not go to collect your lunch from a terrace until the speaker has finished presenting.
So morning tea and afternoon tea will also be served in those terraces and in the sponsor hall.
Feedback. We love feedback, don't we, Beck?
We love feedback. Please give us feedback. Please give us respectful feedback. No, we do love feedback, and you can give us that feedback by going to this URL. Conference feedback, speaker feedback, it's all on here. What do we usually do with those? Oh, some prizes, Amy.
Yes.
Let's talk wrap up.
Wrap up. So our sessions finished a little bit earlier this year. You may have noticed on the agenda. We had some people who gave feedback in previous years that they wanted to enjoy the rest of their Saturdays. So this year we are wrapping up a little bit earlier. There will be food, there will be beverages, there will be board games or conversation, or
whatever you choose,
maybe
whatever you choose there. I think you're not even going to hear from us in the afternoon. You're going to hear from our Director of Logistics, Alex.
Yes. And that will be until 7 p.m. There will be prize draws then as well. So there is an opportunity to stick around and chat to some of the wonderful people that you meet here today, or some of the amazing speakers who you'll be hearing from. And with that, I would like to introduce Robin Collard, who is giving our welcome to country this morning. I will hand over to Robin.
Thank you. And what an awesome display. And I think I chose my dress wisely this morning because I am nice and bright up here on the stage. I want you all to sit down and look out the window to your left, because this is about where we are. Yes, we are on the banks of the Derby Yerrigan. We are here at Harrison Island, which is just down the river a little bit, but this is all the area of Martagara. Mart in Noongar means your leg. So this is the river crossing where the leg would come up to, where the water would come up to the top of your leg and you were able to cross the river from one side to the other. Hence the name of the Martagara Bridge. So that is the implementation of the black swan and the white swan. So you can see the two colours there intertwined, so that we may live in harmony on this beautiful land. Good morning, my name is Robin Collard and I'm a Yorga of the Whadjuk and Balladong people. Those of the Bibbulmun people. The Bibbulmun people are all of the Noongar mob down in the southwest. And it means the land of many breasts, because there are 14 Noongar groups that make up the Bibbulmun, and we happen to be here in Whadjuk Budja. I'm humbly honoured to perform this Welcome to Country for you this morning, and I acknowledge with the highest respect Noongar Marman Ngunis, Yorgas Jukan, Budias, Kaya, Wanju Wanju, Nunakandat Yining Ni, Jinang Wankani. There are three principles that are really important for us as Noongar people. Ngala Budja, Ngala Mort, Ngala Karijan. Our connection to our land, our connection to our family, and our connection to our knowledge. This is our Noongar cosmology. So when we welcome, it's about acknowledging all of the men, the women, the brothers, the sisters, and Budias means leaders. So all of you that have collaborated together to make this wonderful event happen, thank you. Nija kura jenabiri nija, mortwa Whadjuk Budja. For many thousands of years, our ancestors have walked this land. And as we walk, we listen. Ne jenangwa, wankaning bula bura barab. We listen to the many stories as we walk this land. And sometimes when we're connected to that country and we listen, we have memories of family that have walked with us previously, events that we have chosen to share together. But this keeps us grounded and connected to country. Nija jenang mama wakalwa, nija karijan wankani nunakan. Nija jenang we acknowledge the rainbow serpent, because that is the holder of the creation story of Noongar people, of how this land was made, the mountains, the rivers, and how we've kept our knowledge strong and sustainable over the many years. So we listen to those stories that are sad, that are inspirational, just as you will be inspired today to learn more. And this is the season of Camberang, the season of new beginnings, the season of birth, and the land speaks to us with the peppermint leaves blooming and the trees letting us know that they are here. All of those wonderful flowers. But not only that, it's also about seeing Jinang Nijayerak, Nunakan Kulangas. It's about seeing the ducks and all the little ducklings trotting along behind. And we see those swans as we drive and walk around, with all the little ones behind them. Kulbadi the magpie is quite cheeky at this time of year, because they too are protecting their young in the nest. So we've got to be on the lookout, nigger. So there are plenty of fresh water springs around that nourish not only us, but the land, the plants, the animals. Jiralak, Kongalak, Boyalak, Marawarak. The north, the south, the east to the west, you are sitting on Wajak Buja. Nija Madagarap, Nija Borlu, Kadagarap, Jinangangbo, Nija Karakumba, Nija Walila, what? Wadarin, Wajama, Durbunara, Jalgara, Nija Karamura, Nunakan Jundalap, what? Nija Mandun, Nija Nunakan dat Yining Madagara. I've just taken you around the metropolitan area. Let's see if you know where we were. We're here, of course, at Madagara. But then we see Borlu over in the distance. Borlu, the Noongar name for Perth. And then we go past Kardagarup. You might know it as Kings Park. It's so special to Noongar people, it actually has three names. Kardagarup, Karakumba and Jinangangbo, because when you're standing at the top of Kings Park, you can see all around Wajak Noongar Buja. We then travel down the Derbil Yerrigan to Walila, the home of the little rat kangaroo, the woylie, but also the walich, the white eagle. And as we cross the ocean, we go over to Rottnest Island. We then travel further south to the Derbil Nurra, the Coburn Sound. We come inland to Walliabup and Beale, all of that freshwater area around that Jandakot region. And we keep travelling until we come to the Canning River. We then see these beautiful ranges that border the metropolitan area. Noongar people call them the Black Hills or Karamurda, but that is the Darling Ranges, very special. And then we come to Mandun, the place of many trees, and this is known as Guildford. And of course, we have Joondalup on that northern side of town. So there are many stories that this land brings us. So today, as you spend time together, this is about Yaka Babinga Nija, Nunakan Karijan. So this is about making friendships, working together and learning more about these triple D items. I'm a boomer, so I'm a little bit out of touch with it all. So for all of you that are in this space, what a great way of learning. And don't forget about us. Bring us along with what you learn, what you share, and what we can give to others. Nije janabiri kenywa, nunakan kanya, kuli, nunakan murich. So as we walk as one on this land, there is much for us to share, to be respectful, to be kind. And for me, I will finish off, kaya not only means hello in Noongar, it also means yes. Kaya, Yanka, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin, for that wonderful welcome to country. I would now like to give Beck an opportunity to take a photo. You're taking a selfie? Okay. I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Heather while she makes her way to the stage and sets up. We've seen, this is Heather, so she can plug her computer in. Yeah, seamless changeover. So Heather is our keynote speaker for this morning and is joining us all the way from Kansas City, which I said that must be in Kansas, but I got in trouble. I wasn't allowed to do that. Heather is joining us here this morning. She has spoken in all of the continents, including Antarctica. And although she has spoken in Australia before, this is her first time in Perth and has officially won the best quokka selfie I have ever seen. So she's done the really important thing in Perth. In her professional life, Heather is a polyglot developer and has been for the last decade at least, and has also been a Microsoft MVP for the last 5 years. This morning is going to be talking to us about being a visible developer, why you shouldn't blend in, and I'm going to hand over to Heather. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello! I don't have as good of a welcome as we just got right before me, but I'm very excited to be here. It's obligatory. I'm American. I have to say I'm very excited to be here. But honestly, this is an interesting topic. I've been talking about this for about 4 or 5 years now, and I want to take you with me for about 30 minutes about what it means to actually be noticed and seen. I'm very, very more of a shy person, and I've had to learn how to do this. So if I can do it, you all can do it. And I want to help you out, especially now, based on how the economy ebbs and flows. It's important that you are never out of sight or out of mind from your next position or the next opportunity that you've got to share your talent with the world. I want you all to promise me something, that we're going to assume you all know what you're doing, okay? Let's start there. You guys are fantastic developers. I'd hire any one of you to be on my team. But how do we find you? What does it normally look like in the beginning? Well, when I have to look for a job, usually I have to put something together that kind of looks like this, right? A little information blurb. It says that I love object-oriented programming. I've done C# for about 12 years. I love working on big projects, etc. The problem is there's a lot of words here. And the way the human brain works is that it just looks like a blob. That's exactly why there is AI tricks to help recruiters, because they honestly can't read every single line you put in your resume. If we were to be memorable, nobody will say this word for word about me. They would say something like, I am very innovative, or I work a lot in the enterprise space, or I'm consumer-facing, because I've done a lot of that, or that I'm a speaker. These are the things that usually people will say in passing, not that highly detailed list, that 5-page resume. This is about the impression the humans have of you. We are the hardest algorithm to crack. But there is science to back up what's going on here. Often there's just too much detail provided online, and that can be a big challenge. My clicker's not working. Nope. Nope. That's okay. I will just stand here with you all. We're going to talk about how to strengthen your impression when you're interested in finding a job or being promoted at your job. We don't want to stick out for the wrong reasons, right? Like a sore thumb or a black sheep. We want to instead be enticing and not uncomfortable. But like it or not, everyone has a brand. Do you know you have a brand? Yes. I'm not in marketing. I'm not even going to pretend. But there is an actual... You got it? Got it. I'm not going to pretend. But there is an impression that you're going to give. You can shape that and change it, especially when it's nothing. People don't know who you are. Why would they know who you are? Again, I come from a background where I'm very shy, very introverted, and I've managed to kind of negotiate things around this. Maybe eventually that'll come back. Yes? No? Yay! All right. So, let's start with this question. Why would anybody else get promoted before you, right? If you're too busy keeping your head down and your nose to the grindstone, it makes it very difficult to advocate for you. Part of managing yourself and your trajectory in your job at your current employer, and maybe even beyond in your career, it means to make it easier for people to find you. If you get coy or bashful about the accomplishments you've done, it does both yourself and others a disservice because they don't actually know they can come to you for help with something. It may unintentionally make the job of managing you harder. So, why does the idiot get all the responsibility? I mean, this is a difficult one because you'll probably never say that out loud, or maybe you will because you're bold. But you worked your butt off, and you have been at a company for a long time, and yet someone else gets promoted over you. Maybe they have more experience, less experience, but at the very least, they seriously don't know what they're doing, in your opinion. Why did this happen? Because being visible is not just about doing a good job. It is about how you communicate that you did a good job and how you made others feel when you were doing it. And if any part of that was negative and somebody else's was positive, that might be why they get promoted. And you think, that's not fair, Heather. This sucks. Yep, but it's real. So how do we avoid these situations? You can't avoid everything. Not everything's up to you. But you need to learn a lesson from the idiot. The idiot was probably shamelessly self-promoting very loudly, right? And so maybe you should too, only you don't have to lose your self-respect in the process. There are good ways to do it. Have you ever heard the phrase, sent does not mean received? Yes? It's very profound when it comes to human communication. Half of your job is to be awesome devs and ship the code. The other half of your job is communicating to people that you shipped the code. And maybe what you should do in the future, and not just, okay, give me an assignment and I will go build it. Maybe vocalize, hey, could I be a part of the next planning session to think whether or not we should build this or should do this, even if you're not the architect. Then people start realizing your thought processes. You will instantaneously get more credibility because you asked to be part of the decision. Even if they say no, you're definitely going to stick out. But remember, if you do awesome things and I don't hear about it as your manager, how do I know what's going on? You think, well, you should just check everything in my nice little done Jira board or my GitHub board, right? But remote work has made this incredibly hard to manage. There's just so much going on. Has anybody here been a manager before? Oh, no, yes, a couple of you. That process is exhausting. It doesn't mean we don't care. It means our brains can only handle so much. So make it easier for us. Basically, do things and tell people. That's it. That's the whole keynote. No, I'm just kidding. But we do miss out when we wrongly assume that other people will know about our great work. So remember, you are almost always on your mind, but almost never on anyone else's. So it may seem excessive to you to put out that you've done something today and put out that you've done something tomorrow, or that you're interested in something, and it may seem like a lot of noise, but probably the human that needs to hear it will cherry pick which of those messages they actually get, because either they were busy or they just didn't see it until right now. So sometimes you need to put it out more than one way, more than once. A good way to do that, if you don't really get like the stage in your company is to do some external work. I'll tell you a little quick story. I worked at a company where I was really, really, really interested in doing some voice work. So like Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri, that kind of stuff. But I wasn't ever put on a project that did any of that stuff because we didn't have that as something that was sold, okay? So I just played on my own and I blogged about it. Fast forward to about 8 months later, I got called into our CTO's office who said, hey, I was talking to one of our clients who's really interested in this newfangled thing called voice assistants, and I stumbled on your blog. It was like the 3rd result in Google. And I'm like, that's cool. He's like, yeah, do you want to work on this? And I'm like, really? I had never actually worked on a project. I had just done something on my own. I had never gotten paid for that. But because he really liked the way I had approached the architecture, I got pulled in. Because I didn't need to wait until be given a chance at my job. I just decided to explore it and tell people that I was interested in it, and this is what I had discovered when I played. That still blew my mind, because I didn't directly have to advocate. It was like an indirect advocation. I got to just put things out there, and then the stars align. Not always. Sometimes there's just a lot of people who are doing mobile apps out there, and maybe you might be result number 285. But the point is that you are publicly sharing something you've discovered. Don't be afraid to be the Alice in the Wonderland and not really know where you're going, but share where you've just been. That's okay. No one's asking for you to be the expert. Just share the things you discovered when you're playing around with the project. Because we all know that working hard and doing a good job is insufficient to being the one that people pick, the one that is the visible choice. You will get well paid if you work hard and do a good job. You'll get to keep your job most of the time, unless there's restructuring, which happens. That also is not a reflection on your talents. You just may not get promoted all that far unless people outside of your immediate group know what you're doing. These are just things that I've learned in every company I've been in. Which is why you should network. Right now you work at a company, or maybe you run your own, but maybe in 10 years you won't. Maybe you'll move to another part of the world and have to get a different job. Maybe you should start reaching out to other developers in other places and just ask them what they think about, I don't know, the latest version of Kotlin. Just start the process very naturally. It doesn't have to be forced. If you have no idea how to do an icebreaker, come find me after the keynote, and I'm happy to give you a list of about 10 of what you can ask to somebody that you don't know. There's so many reasons to network. Right now, there are tons of developers looking for new work because there have been rounds of layoffs in the United States. But they're also slowing down. What I've noticed is that the developers that had already reached out ahead of time, years before, their network rallied around them and made referrals to each other to get them a position. That is so powerful. If nobody knows you, how are they supposed to know that you also want a position somewhere? You have to start connecting the dots. This event is perfect for that. At every conference, I try to meet at least 5 people I've never met before. Maybe I never speak to any of them again, but maybe I do. And maybe in a few years, that person remembers that they talked to me at DDD Perth and then says, hey, I'm working on this project. I'm going to recommend you to my architect. And that is how it really works. And many of you may know that, but there's a ton of you who don't. So this is a reminder to those who do and those who haven't tried it yet. Having a large and valuable network is crucial. It is everything in your career because jobs will come and go, but your developer network can last you decades. When I saw the word network, it doesn't really mean what you think it means when I first saw it. I thought it was definitely something outside of a recruiting event. When most programmers ask me about networking, what they're really asking me is how to use people to get what they want. I mean, that's honest, right? It's not about that at all, though. In fact, my personal philosophy, and one I firmly believe you have to have for true success, is to figure out how you can give as many people as possible what they want or better what they need. If you see something that someone could benefit from, maybe connecting them with another person that is an expert in that subject because they're struggling. You start by giving, not by asking and taking. When you do it that way, you also set yourself up for a lot of really good karma, because people will recognize you as somebody who, even though you didn't work with them at your job, was always willing to help. And that gives you a great reputation amongst a lot of people. I can tell you the wrong way to network. You see, we only worry about this when we're trying to find a new job. But that's the worst time, because building a network takes time. You can't rush this process. If you do it quickly and say, oh my God, I need a job right now because I just can't seem to find anything and things are so hard, people will rally around you and try and help because they have sympathy, but they can't really speak for you. They can't really say, I know that I've seen this person do this blog post or speak at this event or help this person who is not even at their job understand this part of an algorithm, and just gave. You need to have those kinds of people speak for you. You have to get involved and not just say, okay, now I need help. The right way to network is to build the relationship a little slowly. I mean, if we were on a date and we just met and you asked me to marry you, maybe I'd say yes, but why would I say yes? That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just like romantic relationships. Friendships and business relationships are obviously a little bit farther away from you and your family. But networking that I'm talking about is going to follow you around. This is a big, small world. You're going to notice the same people here and there as you traverse your career. So try networking in person. You all get a gold star, you're here today. And if you're online, come here someday and try and reach people in person. There's something about the impression on the human brain when you are face-to-face, because there's so much more communicating that is done with in-person events. Even if you can't travel all the way across the world, like I had to do to this one, go very locally. I bet you there's probably somebody technical within 100 kilometers of you. I'm sure it's difficult to find it at first, but just start asking around, start asking here. The easiest and best thing to do in this case is to find groups of people who are interested in what you're in. You can do meetup.com, you can do Reddit, you can do lots of different software development conferences. Some are expensive, some are totally free. This is the beginning of how you continue your career. But let's say you want to reach people on another side of the planet and you can't network in person. That's where this one comes in. Regardless of your personal opinion about social media, it is necessary to be visible as a developer in this day and age. That doesn't mean you have to spend every waking moment on it. There's ways to automate that too, but you do need to at least be found somewhere online. And when you're there, just be yourself. And I say be yourself, meaning be your intentionally good self. We all have bad days, so be honest about the days that you have, but think about the purpose of why you are posting online, why you are recording a video. What is this for? Is it to make you just feel better, or is it to reach a certain group of people? So if all you ever do is complain about the naming conventions that Microsoft has in .NET every time, that may be true, but it's also not helpful to you. You're just presenting a lot of problems and not a lot of solutions. And what are we? We're developers. We solve things. It's okay to bring the problem, or bring a solution as to how you would do it differently. Then people can start to see the way you think, and you will start to get more people following your philosophy that really identify with that. Aspirational is great, but being relatable is really what creates connections. So if you struggle with something, please share it, and then share how you got past it, because that's what's really valuable to me. I definitely have struggled with understanding, what do I do next? So I kind of looked at the people that I admired and I'd followed, and they weren't super famous. Some of them were just a couple of developers that were in my neighborhood. But I appreciated that they shared how they got past something difficult. Try to be that for others. Even right where you are, even if you're a junior dev. Say, wow, this is what it was like my first year as a junior developer. Oh my gosh. But now, I promise it gets better. That's somebody I would want to follow. You have to post with purpose, speak like a human, and remember, if you're not online, you are out of sight. We're talking about being visible, right? You guys are already awesome. You're already great at being a developer, but I need to see you. Why leave your career in the hands of someone else to do the work for you, to advocate for you? Why? There's so many of us. That's a lot to expect of anybody. Take control of at least having crafted a persona, an image of who you are, so people get a sense of what it might be like to work with you. And if you're like me and you don't want to post on social media every day, you can automate your online thought stream. I have moments of brilliant genius, so we all do. And then I have lots of writer's block where I know absolutely nothing to say. I don't have anything valuable to add, and I say nothing for like 3 months. That's terrible. So the way that I've managed this is that I will keep things together as I have brilliant sessions of thought as to different posts that could be done, and I schedule them. There are several different platforms that do this, and they will schedule posts for you. And that way it'll feel more like a cadence, but you won't feel like you have to be awake at 6 in the morning every day in order to make sure that people still remember who you are. You don't have to. You can automate this and live your life. I don't know why I have to say this, but an awful lot of developers who've come to me for help seem to need this piece of advice. Make sure you have a website that works, that has all the things you've done on it, not just like a resume, but more like a conversational piece, like, hey, I've done these kinds of things, that kind of thing, and this is what I would like to do. This is what I'm available to do. And have that be a site. Because sometimes it's difficult with different kinds of social media platforms changing for a recruiter or a lead architect to try to find you online. So make sure you have one place for all of what is awesome about you, but also make sure that you're still feeding in a little bit here, there on LinkedIn, etc. Well, I wanted to know who these well-known developers were and how they got here. What are these habits that they have? I'm sure a lot of you have probably followed a couple of developers online that seem to just have it all together and know exactly how to solve a problem. And that's why they have a YouTube channel. That's why they've got huge amounts of posts on dev.to. But the good news is, becoming like a super developer, a super employee that everybody wants to follow is not some sort of rarefied secret. It's a combination of skill set and mindset that you can begin to develop for yourself by focusing on some habits. They pay attention to what other people value. They, at their job, would pay attention to what their supervisors value and what their managers value and their managers' managers value. I always ask, what would need to happen in 12 months for you to be really happy with a scenario? And they're always like, well, let me think about this. And then it forces them into thinking about what would be the ideal positive end goal, not just the grind. I don't know, we just got to keep shipping code until we die, you know. You got to ask them, what would it take for you to be happy? And then work backwards from there, because maybe what's important to you is not what's important to them. My example here is that I am terrible at being on time, but that was almost the only thing that my manager valued, and it was difficult to ever really have positive one-on-ones with them, you know, because I actually did ship all the code. I brought a lot to the table, but it always irritated him that he wasn't exactly sure when I was going to show up for stand-up. And that's on me, right? I've always been this way, and I've had to work on it. So the funny thing was I did nothing different. with the rest of what I was doing in code, I just made sure that I set my alarm at least an hour earlier, and I started showing up early. And after 4 days, he was like, "Oh my gosh, I noticed such an improvement in your performance." I'm like, "Why, thank you." And then we had no problems ever again, because all it was a value mismatch. And you think, well, they should value what I ship. Yeah, but it was kind of like a given. Everybody on my team was talented. So in a way, it was normal. It didn't make me stick out. But to them, me just finding out what they valued and giving them what they valued first in my priorities, we had so much less friction, and it just kind of worked. These developers choose the right place for their talents, and this one's hard. It's hard to be a super employee if the company's needs are very different from your abilities, talents, and values. In a report about 2015, I think, the Cicero Group found that one of the most important factors in employees consistently producing great work was recognition. But I can tell you that I definitely have gotten not that much recognition in some of my jobs. Anybody here have the same problem? Yes. 37% of respondents said that being recognized by a manager or by the company was the most important driver to work, even above a raise, although I think all of us would like a raise. So choosing where you work and how your work is valued is very important. If you're not at the right place, leave. There is a job for you. And because you've been networking, tell your network that you're looking, and they will help. Give referrals because you've already shared your talents with them outside your job, right? Right. These people are focused on the big picture thinking. I can't even tell you how much I rolled my eyes at this statement, but it is true that exceptional performers are able to maintain dual focus. You can be very detailed, but you also understand how your piece of the puzzle fits into the big picture. And if you don't know that, start asking. Sometimes they don't know either. And then you can just keep asking. Leaders want people who are visionary. They want people who are asking the questions. Sometimes you're at a bad company or you have a bad manager, but there's a lot of really good ones too. And if you just start asking, well, what is the ultimate goal here? What if I don't build this puzzle piece, I build that puzzle piece, and it gets you to this goal faster? Shows that you have creativity and you're paying attention to what is valued. This one. They are uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. And I felt like this was not me. I wanted everything to feel all right all the time. That is my nature. But the data is clear because you have to be working on things that are difficult for you. And something I famously say is that if it scares me, I have to run towards it. Which for me was, I want to go snorkeling in Australia, but I'm terrified of water and swimming. However, I'm going to Australia in 6 months, so that is what I got lessons for. And I was thrilled to be able to have actually done that, but it was a big pull for me. Terrified of it. But after doing it, I felt so proud of myself, and I recognized that it was a big lift, but how much more I got to do now. Now I could go anywhere in the world and I could go snorkeling. And that's going to be the same for you, getting over putting your mind around large language models, putting your mind around something that you feel you want to do but you don't feel skilled to do. You have to push through it and recognize that if it makes you uncomfortable, maybe that thing is the very thing you should learn, so you're no longer uncomfortable with it. Even if you are distraction-free and getting a lot of coding hours in, if you're just building the same really simple app or API over and over again, that is not necessarily stretching the boundaries of your brain. But it's also not your job's responsibility for you to do that. That's your responsibility. So you either ask to be put on different projects to try, or start doing things outside of work just a little bit, like maybe an hour. Just an hour out of your week and try something new that has nothing to do with your current architecture. It will hugely stretch what you're doing, and other people notice when you're doing these things. This is one of my favorite quotes ever by Simon Sinek. Every person needs to be seen, understood, and validated, or appreciated, I guess. You can dismiss someone who disagrees with you, or you can try to figure out why they say what they say and do what they do, because you want to be the first one in their head when they're doing a new project, or the first one in their head when they're trying to promote someone. How do you get there? You have to figure out how to empathize with them, even the people that you don't really like. And that is difficult. But that's how you become a trusted voice. If you can empathize and let somebody feel seen and heard and understood, even if they were above you and not just your peer, this is the key. Schmoozing is a turnoff. I don't like it. It's not real. But instead, as you demonstrate leadership, you should positively start interacting with people and reflect where they are in their life. Has anybody ever seen this quadrant before? Yay! A couple of them. This is a wonderful graphic from a book called Radical Candor by Kim Scott. And basically this means if you do this for them, you have to be willing to encourage them to do this for you. Okay? Let's start with ruinous empathy. There's a wonderful television show called Friends. I don't know if anybody heard of it. And there was an episode where one character was trying to play the piano or sing. Can't remember which. And their friend was like, "You sound amazing." They did not. They were not amazing. They were off key. It was not great. But they wanted to just so be encouraging. They're like, "You're amazing. You should hold a concert. This is fantastic. I love it." So they did. They scheduled a concert. And they felt really frustrated as they went through it, and people would get up and leave because they just weren't a very good singer. That sucks. How can I correlate this to being a developer? Oh, I know. Hello, junior dev. Hello, mid-level dev. You're going to be amazing at this really complicated, convoluted thing we're building that you've never done before, but I know it's going to be great, and then just leave the room. That's how you set them up for failure, because you just tell them they can do it, but not how to do it. You're not really helping. You're just kind of trying to empathize, but really you're setting them up for failure without support. Then there's manipulative insincerity. I'm sure at some point in your life, you'll have somebody that you work for say, "Hi, I just want to chat with you. We're just going to write down a couple of things that happened the other day. It's no big deal. I want you to just sign this whenever you're done, but it's no big deal." Don't do it. They're just trying to manipulate you into something that will make it easier to get rid of you. They're not actually caring about if you're doing well in your job. They don't care about you as a person. They just want to do their job easier, and maybe you're in their way. But they can't look like a bully, because now we all have lots of educational guides that tell us we can't do that as a manager. So instead, we're going to manipulate you into thinking we care. As you grow in your career and you start to have people to report to you, please don't do this. If there's a problem, try going in much earlier when it's still very small. It's microscopic, and then avoid this whole problem entirely. There's obnoxious aggression. I could go into a long explanation of this, but all I have to really say is Stack Overflow. It's not very helpful, is it, just to yell at people and tell them that they're dumb? That's just being aggressive. That's not being honest with someone. That's just being obnoxious. That doesn't work either. So how do we get to radical candor? So what does that mean? You have to set a baseline of trust. And the truth is valuable coming from someone who actually cares. You have to earn the right to give feedback, and they have to earn the right to give it to you. You cannot engage with a human only when a correction is needed. And you can't engage with your manager only when you need something. Oh, I have to talk to my manager more? Oh, don't like that. They're busy. They are. But talk to them about things you've done or where you've been going and how you can help. That's not you needing something. That's not you having a problem. That's you offering. Because why would I trust what you have to say? You didn't take the time to get to know me at all and understand where I'm coming from, so why would I listen? I wouldn't. Read this book. It's really fantastic. You have to truly open connection with other people in order for this to work. I put together a little graphic that I did myself, so nobody judge me, please. If you learn why someone is behaving the way they are, then you can generate empathy. If they feel heard, then they feel safe with you. And then they'll develop trust with you. Because with trust comes the ability to be radically candid with them and have feedback and learnings in that moment that you don't take as an injury to yourself personally. It just becomes about how to move forward. And then through that, increases your ability because you're not worried about what other people think of you anymore because you have that safety and trust with the people you're working with, which means you can create a habit to where you don't even think about it anymore, and then that generates more empathy. It's like this connection force multiplier loop, very scientific. People will forget what you said, forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. So while you need to be visible, you also need to be memorable. And this is the way you do that. To become visible, you have to show others that you see them first. You share what you've done very often. And you have to inspire by example, by putting your stuff out there and listening to what others have. Then you become a visible, memorable developer in your own right, on top of all the awesome code that you do. Give people a reason to not forget you, and they will not forget you. It's okay to stand out in a monochromatic world. It feels awkward at first, but you want to be the one that stands out because you'll be the one that will be given the opportunity first. I believe each one of you can do this, not because I believe, it's not some ruinous empathy here, but because I did, and I was absolutely nobody in a position where I didn't start coding until I was 27, and here I am. And if I can do this, you can do this. Don't hide your talent. Share it with us. Make sure you spend time meeting at least 5 people during this conference and connect with them afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Heather, for joining us. And you will be around for the rest of the day. So if you go up and meet Heather at some point today, that's 1 out of your 5 people as well. You can check one of them off. It is morning tea time, but before everyone goes, I would like to quickly, we've noticed there's a mistake in the printed handbook. So the schedules have the correct times and speakers and locations. The website is also correct, but there are a couple of misprints in the speaker profiles. So refer to either the session schedule pages or the website for the correct locations for talks throughout today, or see our help desk if you have any questions. It is morning tea time, so once again, food will be shared, food will be served on the terraces and in the sports lounge. But can I quickly ask our lovely speakers to hold back? We promise there'll be food left for you, so we can get a photo. If the speakers can stay and everyone else can leave. Thank you very much.
Feedback. To hear feedback. To articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub.
More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
It's really nice.
Okay, I'll keep speaking just for you to adjust the volume, etc. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tarun, and my topic of presentation today is Journey of an Identity. I'm going to talk about different stages that an identity goes through in an organization, that is from its inception till its retirement. I also cover some of the tools that are used to manage identity. For example, identity management, privilege identity management, identity governance, etc. Regarding me, so it is all going to be about identity today. Regarding me, I have many years of experience in identity and access management, which includes roles such as QA tester, services, pre-sales, and most recently as an engineer. I've implemented identity management for many customers, including government, telecom, and like many other businesses. And using tools from vendors such as SailPoint, CyberArk, and
Customers really are at the focus of everything that we do.
For
example, we have our customer journey, which identifies
sorry.
the stages and emotions that our customers go through.
such as CyberArk, SailPoint, etc. So let's begin. The journey of an identity starts as soon as a user or a employee joins an organization. The process starts with, sorry, I'm just testing. Okay, ignore you. Okay, the process starts with HR creating the employee ID in the HR system. And they do this by gathering relevant information, for example, date of birth, first name, last name, etc. And then they associate a role or title with that identity or employer.
I'm Nicolina, and I am the marketing
Is it good?
coordinator at Keystart.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is very hard.
Sorry. Okay. It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Apple.
Excellent!
Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle.
Hello everyone, welcome Kaya, welcome to Riverview Room 3. We're going to leave the doors open so that we have a few more people trickling in. Hopefully it's not too disruptive, but I am very pleased to announce the first speaker of the day, Tarun Kumar. He's going to be talking to us about the journey of an identity. All yours, Tarun.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tarun Kumar, and today my topic of presentation is Journey of an Identity. I'm going to talk about the different stages that an identity goes through in an organization. That is from its inception till its retirement. I'll cover some of the tools that are used to manage identity. For example, identity management, privilege identity management, identity governance, etc. We'll also see some of the risks associated with each stage of identity. So, it is all going to be about identity today. Regarding me, I have many years of identity and access management experience, which includes roles such as QA tester, pre-sales services, most recently as an engineer, and I also worked as a business analyst. I've done implementation, identity management implementation for many clients, which include government, telecom, healthcare, etc. And using tools such as SailPoint, CyberArk, CA Technology, and most recently Ping. So let's begin. The journey of an identity begins as soon as an employee or a user joins the organization. It starts with HR gathering relevant information from the employee, for example, first name, last name, date of birth, etc., and put it in the HR system. They also associate a job or title or a role based upon the level at which the user is or employee is joining. In most organizations, so we call it HR-driven provisioning. And in most organizations, the HR system becomes source of truth for identity. When I say source of truth, that means anything related to, this is the place where we care about the information related to identity. Having a single source of truth means less room for error and less room for data inaccuracy. An organization having a single source of truth can actually prevent many provisioning mistakes, such as over-provisioning, under-provisioning, then lack of role-based access control, which we are going to talk about, and insufficient authentication. I'll give you an example of insufficient authentication. In one of the single sign-on projects that I was working for, the application had requirement to do multi-factor authentication for high-level transaction. So the approver for these transactions were actually users who had certain job titles. Now, these job titles were maintained in the HR system, which is our source of truth. Now, depending upon the job title, these users were added to certain AD groups in Active Directory. Now, the SSO, or single sign-on solution, would look at the AD group membership and then enforce MFA. Had been the source of truth incorrect, that is, the user didn't have those titles which are required to do MFA, the MFA would not be prompted for these users. And it's a big risk, like approving of a high-level transaction without having a second-factor authentication. Then HR systems are also the starting place of role-based access control for identities. Role-based access control is assigning roles based upon user job titles or the role that they have in the organization. For example, there can be marketing roles, which can give access to Facebook ads or Google Analytics. Software engineering roles, for example, give access to GitHub and AWS, etc. Role-based access control, or RBAC, provide an easy mechanism to assign permission in more repeatable way and are easier to manage and audit. Also, the HR system becomes the first place to edit information if the user moves or employee moves from one organization to, or leaves the organization, or moves from one role to another. Think of this as a baby just born. In Australia, the baby, once the birth is registered and birth certificate is issued, that becomes the first identity of a baby. Now, the second stage of identity is when the identity gets access to all the user accounts or application accounts where it should have access. Generally, the creation of creation of ID in HR pushes or automates, triggers the account creation in the downstream applications. This is done by our Identity and Access Management Solution, IAM, and users should be provisioned only on the systems where they are supposed to be. Like I said, it is generally automated via an IAM solution. When I say generally, yes, that's true for most bigger organizations, but for some smaller organizations, this process may still be manual or manual. And manual provisioning is error-prone and time-consuming task. For example, if not automated, the IT department can take up to 30 minutes per application to assign privilege to and create accounts in the end system. And this time can actually increase if the IT system is, if the IT team is swamped by other tasks, for example, audits, or they do not create the identity or account information correct at the first instance. In one of the projects that I was working for, there were two types of systems that the identity management solution was connecting to. One, connected systems and disconnected system. Now, connected systems were the systems where IAM solution could actually connect and provision account and assign permissions. Now, common systems such as Azure Active Directory, ServiceNow, GitHub, etc., were all part of the connected systems. The disconnected systems were systems where IAM application would raise a ticket via ServiceNow, for example, and it had to be actioned manually by someone. Like there is a provisioning team, and they would do the provisioning. For these kind of systems, that is disconnected system, there had to be a flow of information or account information, like the flow created to have this information sent back to IAM. This way, it was ensured that the provisioning team actually did not make a mistake and the right permissions or access were given. This is what happens to that little baby after it has got all the access to do its work. Now, what are the risks associated with incorrect and manual provisioning? User provisioning, or I would say correct user provisioning, is the backbone of secure IT infrastructure. There are several risks associated with incorrect and manual provisioning. The first one, obviously, being the loss of employee productivity. It is important to give the employees right access to the right application from day one. The organization is already paying them, and it wants them to start as soon as possible. I've seen some organizations where the whole provisioning process could take as long as 30 days. And this is like they haven't been doing, the employee is not doing anything in those 30 days. Also, the new employee forms the impression of the organization based upon the onboarding experience. For example, if the onboarding experience goes bad, it leads to employee turnover. Then there is always costly and cumbersome compliance related to incorrect or manual provisioning. In many organizations have to comply with federal and industrial standards such as SOX, HIPAA, etc. Now, these standards want that there should be documented internal control which actually adequately manage who has access to what. In one of the organizations that I was working for, I was lucky enough to experience the audit being run before IAM solution was implemented and after IAM solution was, like, before and after the IAM solution was implemented. Now, this organization was using Lotus Notes as their HR application. So they would actually do this. There was a very manual process where they would run scripts on the end application to provision user. During the audit process, a request was sent to the Lotus Notes administrator, and they were asked to generate reports, which was like lots of Excel sheet showing which user has what access. And it was very difficult to correlate the accounts with identities. Also, these reports or Excel sheet could not actually satisfy the completeness and accuracy criteria of the audit. The audit process was very difficult. But all this changed after the new IAM solution was implemented. It became very easy to generate reports and showing which user has what access. And similarly, like many other reports, the audit process became very easy. Then there's always a security risk associated with incorrect provisioning, that is the employee having more access than what's required. And this violates the principle of least privilege. The last risk that I'm going to talk about is overpaying for license. Sometimes users are assigned to applications where they really don't need access. So in most cloud applications actually charge organization like annual fee based upon per active user. I'll give you an example. In one of the organizations that I was working for, the users were, every engineer that joined the organization had access to Cloud PC by default. And many engineers were actually not using it. So somebody ran an audit and found that the Cloud PC is not being used, but the organization was actually paying for the licenses. So then they made a rule that if that the engineer doesn't log into Cloud PC, then the access would be revoked. But all this could have been avoided if there was a good provisioning process. The next stage that an identity goes through in the organization is governance. Identity governance ensures that right people have right access to the right system. Too many rights, right? So why is identity governance important? It helps security admin to manage access across enterprise. Also, it improves visibility into identities and access privilege. Now, this reduces enterprise risk and helps in maintaining regulatory compliance. I've worked with some of the best identity governance solutions in past, that is, those were leader in Gartner then. Then there was a distinct, two different market, identity management and identity governance. But today, most vendors have clubbed them into a single product known as identity governance and administration. Broadly speaking, identity governance helps in answering these three questions. Who currently has access? Who should have access? And how is access being used? And these are answered by using the functionality of identity governance solution, like who should have access is answered by entitlement report, who currently has access is answered by entitlement report, who should have access is answered by attestation, segregation duties, and role discovery, and how is the access being used is answered by logging and reporting. We'll talk about each of them in detail. Now, identity governance solution provide entitlement reporting. Entitlement reporting is a single view of all the access that a user has in the organization. So let's take an example here. There's a user called John Barney in the organization. His HR ID or ID in the HR system is John B. It is not necessary that the application accounts would be same. For example, it can be JHP, like first three letters of first name and first letter of last name. Then there can be first letter of last name followed by John, for example. So different permutation combination, like a pattern. But how do we establish that these accounts actually belong to that identity? This is done via correlation engine of identity governance. In correlation engine, there are correlation rules written such that there is string manipulation and pattern matching done to map these accounts to identities. Now, there could be multiple correlation rules written and run in parallel, or actually one by one. For example, based upon the first name and last name, we could actually drive what could be the account name in application 1, 2, 3, and then run these correlation rules. It would look something like this once the correlation rules are written, that is mapping identities, mapping accounts to the identity. It is not necessary that after we run the correlation rule, all the accounts are actually assigned to an identity. There could be many accounts in the application which are still not mapped. Now, there could be two reasons for it. One, there hasn't been a standard pattern followed while creating the identity or account in the application, or these are orphan accounts, which we'll talk about in a bit. To answer the second question, who should have access, identity governance provides functionalities such as attestation and separation of duties. Attestation is the process of certifying the access, for example, in this case, it can be done by John Barney's manager, who would certify if the user, if John should have all this access or not. Or it can also be done by the application owner or system owner. For example, application owner of app 1 could actually certify if John should really have this access or not. Now, why is this important? Let's say a user joins the organization and he gets access to few systems. After a year, the user moves to another role and he gets access to few more systems. Now, this leads to what is known as entitlement creeping, where the user has access which is not required or unwanted. And this can cause a security issue because that account, the user is not managing that account. It is actually an example of poor account management. And when this user leaves the organization, there is more access than what the IT department knows. So the whole access would not be revoked from this user. And this leads to what is known as orphan accounts. I'll give you an example where this affected us in one of my projects in a most unexpected way. Like I was working for a single sign-on solution, and we found that SSO or single sign-on is not working for some of the users who, with further digging, we found that these are the users who had been in the organization for long. Now, because they had been in the organization for long, they have accumulated so many rights in that they were member of so many Active Directory groups, so that when the Kerberos ticket was generated, which facilitates in single sign-on, the SSO solution could not handle it. So we had to increase like the Jetty header size on the SSO solution to accept the so that the SSO solution could accept this Kerberos ticket. But this could have been avoided if there was a regular attestation and separation of duties attestation done on the user. Now, in a connected identity governance world, once the attestation process or certification process is complete, access 2 and access 5, that is where the access have been denied, would be removed from the end system. This is example of user access reviews, which is related to identities. There can be other type of access reviews that can actually be facilitated by identity governance solution. For example, role review. Role review is, for example, the role owner certifies what access that role provide. Is that correct or not? Or even there could be sub-roles within the role. There could also be other type of reviews, such, something like self-attestation review, where the user actually certifies his or her own rights, entitlement reviews, etc. Now, to provide answer to second question, there's also a functionality called separation of duties. I'll just talk about. Or no, separation of duties. Now, separation of duties help in preventing error and fraud. Based upon business requirement, an IG administrator can actually create rules that prevent set of permissions that can be assigned to a user. For example, permission to both approve and initiate and approve of wire transfer. Now, these separation of duties rules are checked during 3 stages of any identity management project. First, when the customer is actually starting an IAM project and it never had an IAM solution. So the data from different systems is actually is gathered, and entitlement mapping is done, like what we saw in the previous slide. And the SOD rules are run then. This ensures that there's very less inaccurate data which goes into the new IAM solution. The second place where this SOD rules are run is during the access request. For example, when a user requests for access via an identity management solution, a warning can be shown that you are requesting for access, which violates the SOD rule because you also have this. And the third place where these SOD rules are checked is during the certification campaign or access review. These violations are shown in the process. An identity governance solution also provides role discovery or role mining, which helps in facilitating to answer the question, who should have access? Now, these solutions are smart enough to suggest role based upon common user entitlements. For example, if many users have access to 15 common entitlements in 10 different applications, it actually makes sense to club them together into a role. I have also put, for example, access 1, 2, 3 as part of role 1, 4 and 5 as part of role 2. Now, there are several ways in which role discovery or role mining can be done. Top-down approach, where we start with looking at the user's job title and then look at what entitlement they have and then, for example, create roles. Or bottom approach, where looking at what entitlements or what access a user has in the organization, create roles based upon that. Role discovery facilitates in role-based access control and provides a clean and clear way to grant access. Now, what are the risks associated with not having an identity governance process? One obviously, there would be orphan accounts in the organization. Orphan accounts are also known as zombie accounts. These are accounts that have been created but not being actually used by their owner. For example, the identity that owned the account. Or this could be a result of the user moving from one department to another, but there is no proper account management process. One of the primary challenge of having an orphan account is that it actually creates a potential for unauthorized access to sensitive data. For example, in May 2021, the Colonial Pipeline, which provides fuel to half of the east coast of United States, was hit by a cyber attack. The attacker caused pipeline to shut down, and there was a widespread panic buying and fuel shortage. Now, when the investigation was done, it was found out that this attack was actually facilitated by a VPN account, which was not being used, but was still in the system and had not been disabled. So this was an example of how a hack happened because of an orphan account. Second, there is obviously lack of segregation duty controls. These rules are never checked. And to give you an example of a hack because of segregation of duties, the Alberta Motor Association filed a lawsuit against its former VP of IT. It was alleged that this VP had defrauded the company of $8.2 million over a period of 3 months. In what appears to be absence of segregation of duty rule, this was the only user who could actually approve of invoices that were raised against the IT department. So nobody else was checking it. He had the final authority of approving, and he committed fraud because of that authority. Then there's obviously poorly defined certification process. I'm not sure if you have ever experienced this, but without a good identity governance solution, the process as a whole is time-consuming to management. There may be a lot of reviews. There may be a lot of, like the review number would be high, and it can lead to what is known as certification fatigue. And it may not fulfill the completeness and accuracy criteria of an audit process, which can result in more regular audits. In the previous example that I was giving, where the reports were generated from Lotus Notes, that organization had to run the audit twice, because the reports were manual and they could never establish completeness and accuracy. And so the audit was partial success. So because of this, they had to run this twice in a year. But once the new IAM identity governance solution was implemented, there was the reports were instant and they could establish completeness and accuracy, and the frequency was reduced to once in a year. The next stage of identity is where the identity gets access to privilege accounts and becomes very powerful. What are privilege accounts? Privilege accounts are any accounts which are granting access which is much more than normal accounts. Accounts such as domain admins, local admin, non-human functional account, automation accounts, service account, break glass account are all examples of privilege accounts. These accounts can be used interactively, for example, for the user to log in, or they can be in the scripts or embedded in the scripts, DevOps code, configuration files, etc. Now, domain accounts are by far the most important account in the organization, which have access to virtually anything in the organization. In 2017, Deloitte global email server was hacked via an admin account. The admin account had unrestricted access in the organization and was only guarded by a single password. By failing to manage this account by a proper solution or having a multi-factor authentication, Deloitte became target of attack. Now, to mitigate these kind of risk, solutions such as privilege access management are used. A privilege access management solution helps in preventing credential theft and achieve compliance. Credential theft is when a threat actor, for example, a malicious insider or outsider, uses or get access to privileged accounts and its credential. He or she can then use this information to log into or get into the company organization systems and get important data or even escalate its own privileges. Now, whatever compliance the company or the organization has to comply, there is always a requirement of having least privilege assigned to the user. A PAM solution actually helps in doing that. In the next few slides, we'll talk about how privileged access management helps in preventing credential thefts and achieving compliance. Now, the first functionality that helps in securing privilege account is providing just-in-time access. Just-in-time access means no user has permanent access to privilege account. That is, the access is provided based upon time and approval-based process. Now, I've implemented this in one of my telecom customer where the domain admin account was managed by privilege PAM solution. There was a whole workflow created in PAM solution for users to actually go request for this account if they had to work on this account or using this account. And they had to provide business justification and time duration for which they want to use this account. So the employee who wanted to use it would log into the PAM solution, would request for it, and the whole log of this transaction was logged. Like there was audit log saying which user requested from what time to what time. Now, if the request was approved, the user, the requester, would get a one-time unique password for this domain admin account. What was happening in the background is the PAM solution would connect to Active Directory and change the password and provide this one-time unique password to the end user. These user would then log into the application where they had to using this account and do their work. And after the time duration was over, the PAM solution would again connect to the Active Directory and change the password of this account. But this presented few practical challenges. One, what happens or what would happen if two users want to log in at the same time? Now, they would get the same password because account can obviously have one password at any time, and the password would not change until the second user, or in this example, or the last user actually logs out. And it was very difficult to establish accountability. Now, for example, in the audit logs or in the logs for the system, it would show that it is domain admin doing the work, but you never know because two users add this account password at that time. The second challenge was, what if these users actually share the password with another user? Because now they know the password. And the third challenge is, how do we control that these users actually log out after they have done their work? Though the PAM solution would actually change the password in the backend, but still the user could keep doing the work or maintaining his or her session. Now, this became the requirement for allowing secure remote access instead of providing password. What the PAM solution would do is actually not provide password, for example, domain admin password to this user, but securely log them in and record all their sessions. That is, monitor previous session, and it would help in investigating in audit reports. Now, this secure remote access was done via, for example, proxy machines, or even in some case, native clients such as RDP can be used. Now, PAM solution can also generate reports on privilege account for audit, reports such as what are the different privilege accounts that exist in the system, an audit of who requested for this privilege account and from what time to what time. Then it can also show, like we talked about, session recording if secure remote access has been done. And also, some PAM solution can provide keyboard logging or keystroke recording and logging functionality. The other thing that PAM solution does is protect DevOps with integrated password. Hard-coded passwords are the biggest challenge in credential management in DevOps. For example, in CI/CD, we know there is a requirement for the CI/CD tool to connect to some vault together the password. Now, PAM solution provide plugins which integrate with the CI/CD tools. And these tools actually use this plugin to fetch password when required without any manual intervention. Now, talking about risk of unmanaged privileged identities, there are several risks associated with unmanaged or if the privileged identity management solutions are not used. First, increased risk of data breaches. Obviously, over like past decades, we have seen there have been numerous security breaches because of absence of PAM controls, from Edward Snowden to Yahoo to attack on Ukraine mining and highly publicized Uber breach were all result of absence of PAM solution. There was a common denominator in all of these attacks, that a privileged account was used to actually get into the system and exploit the system. Now, if we see the latest attack on MGM, the attacker got hold of superadmin Okta account, which was, it then abused the identity federation tool. Then using privilege escalation, they actually installed a malware on the systems, and on all their EXXI servers or VM EXX servers were shut down. This led to shutdown of computers, and the functionalities such as room check-in, check-out was all broken. And the point of sale systems was also down. Then this leads to damage of reputation. Yahoo's 2014 and 2016 data breach is a prime example of reputational damage that can result because of lack of PAM solution. These two breaches exposed data of 3 billion users, which included their email address, date of birth, their name, ID, etc. And they were able to access, like the attackers were able to get hold of this information because they could get access to one of the privileged account. Now, Yahoo had to pay heavy fine for this. The first one was like Verizon was planning to or amended its terms to buy Yahoo, and it slashed its rate by $350 million. So, but that's one example. There's also other financial losses that can occur because of data breach that happens due to privileged access management or absence of privileged access management. For example, in the case of Yahoo, it had to pay more than $115 million to settle the lawsuit against it. And last, there's obviously compliance violation, because a lot of IT standards like SOX, etc., ask organizations to have a robust PAM control and implement the least privilege principle for all their application. And not having a PAM solution can actually result, sometimes it can result in absence like monetary losses, and even their business licenses can be canceled. Then identity and account deprovisioning is the last stage of an identity in the organization. This can happen when a user is offboarded and or the change in role happens. Now, the second one is more applicant to account. For example, if user moves from one role to another, the accounts that were given to him for the first access are not removed. From security best practice point of view, it is always recommended to remove these accounts, even when an ex-employee leaves the organization. And if there is a disabled account associated with him, hackers can still exploit it to get the credential and phish by calling, for example, service desk and trying to get it deactivated and getting the credentials. Also, it crowds the system, which then leads to, for example, in the report, it shows all the disabled accounts which are used for audit purpose. Again, this process should start from HR system. So once the HR account is disabled, all the downstream application accounts should also be disabled. Why is it important? One, it protects data from misuse. We'll see some of the example where a disgruntled or ex-employee was involved in a hack. And second, it removes orphan account. Let's say employee, independent contractors, supplier, partners, enter and exit business. And during this process, they get access to numerous applications and data. Now, deprovisioning helps the organization helps the organization by protecting its data from the departing employee. In one of my previous organizations, HR system wasn't updated once the employee left the organization, and the user got paid for 4 extra months before somebody found it. But this is comparatively a smaller risk of account deprovisioning. Removing an ex-employee or a disgruntled employee account is very important. You must have seen in recent news that first the account or the access is removed, and then the employee is notified about being terminated, for example. There have been a number of cases where an ex-employee has been involved in a hack. In 2014, Sony Entertainment was hit by a cybersecurity attack and the group that claimed that did it was Guardian of Peace. They actually exposed a lot of data about ex and about current and ex-employee of Sony, which included their payroll data. Then there were email messages that were actually shared outside Sony. Now, they also called for halt of Sony movie called The Interview. Initially, it was suspected that this was a state-sponsored attack because of the subject of the movie. But later, it was found that investigation by a cybersecurity person found that this was actually an act of disgruntled employee who still had access to the system. The second benefit of identity deprovisioning is removing orphan account, which we have seen, like what are disadvantages of having orphan account in the systems. So, in this session, we have seen why it is important to manage identity at different stages, in its different stages. It not only boosts security, but also provide good employee experience. We have seen different tools that are used to manage identity, and what are the risks associated with each stage. And finally, I will finish up this session with a shocking statistics. According to 2023 Threat Hunting Report, CrowdStrike found that 80% of all attacks now involve a compromised identity, of which 62% involve a legitimate identity and 34% involve the use of domain account, admin account, etc. I hope we do our part to keep our organization safe. Thank you all for listening to me. At the end, I would also like to thank our wonderful sponsor, without whom this event would not have been possible. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Tarun. We have 5 minutes for questions, and I can see one here already.
Hi. You mentioned in one of the slides service accounts. These are traditionally zombie accounts that move around your enterprise. How would you manage them? Because they don't qualify for an HR kind of affiliation. There's nothing, they're effectively ghost accounts.
Yes.
And they tend to be one of the ones that people exploit. How would you manage that in a IGN and a PAM scenario?
Sure. So ideally, this would be, for example, the orphan accounts which are managed or via an certification campaign, attestation process. So in this example here, when I was talking about, I'll just go back. Like in this example, this was like I said, this was a very, not a real world example where all the accounts have been provisioned. There would be some more accounts, for example, service accounts, which are not provisioned. In one of the identity governance solution I was working with, it actually provided a functionality where if the account doesn't match to an identity, it is mapped to something called a default identity. And then this default identity would go through a a governance or attestation process. So somebody, for example, in security would say that, yes, there is the service account which has no owner, so it is a default owner. Is this being used somewhere or not? Like there was then the backend process to check all this, and then, for example, if not, then that would be removed. Does that answer your question?
So for the benefit of everyone else, the question was how would you design security enforcement?
So depends upon the requirement. For example, if it is a privilege account, then map it or import it in the PAM solution, so that if somebody needs access, or even DevOps, for example, we're talking about DevOps or configuration file needs access, then they would fetch the account password from PAM solution. Actually, Windows service accounts, most of the PAM solution provide default integration with Windows service account, where each time the service has to be restarted, it actually, the plugin talks to PAM, fetch the password for that service, the password of the service account, and then use it to restart the service.
Fabulous. We have time for one quick question, if anyone has anything else burning. And if not, Tharon's going to be here all day and happy to chat with you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks very much.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career. and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms
and global businesses. We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Yes, with GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sunal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sunal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex as home ownership a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit from that perspective.
Hello everybody, Kaya and welcome to Riverview Room 3. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to Wes Tolman's talk. Wes Tolman is going to talk about less boring tests, an introduction to property-based testing. So Wes is a software engineer turned database administrator. He currently automates as much as he can and provides support. Previously, he built web applications and did a stint as a UX designer. He enjoys loud shirts, adventure sports, and cinema. Over to you, Wes.
Awesome, thank you. So welcome to Less Boring Tests, an introduction to property-based testing. I'm Wes. I work as a database engineer, which is a mix of database administration and automation. Before that, one of the things I did was that web application development. This talk is about something I picked up and used heavily during that time. So property-based testing is a technique I discovered a couple of years ago. I was a couple of weeks into a new project, which is a great time to try anything. I gave it a go and it found a bug in my code. There was a bug in my code, and this code already had tests. Finding a bug in some code that already had tests was enough for property-based testing to impress me. I fixed the bug and I carried on using it. I liked it so much, I ended up using it for the majority of the test suite and the rest of the project. Property-based testing is not something that's particularly well known, which is a bit of a shame because I think it's a really useful technique. The goal of this talk is to get more people to try it. I'll introduce the techniques and concepts and provide some tips and tricks to make it easier to get started. Warning, this talk contains a lot of code. Most of the examples are in C# because that's what I'm most familiar with. The property-based testing library is available in many languages though. I'm using XUnit as the unit testing framework and FSCheck as the property-based testing library. Let's start with the most common way of writing tests, the boring way. We'll start with a couple of examples I nicked from Microsoft because one, they're representative of what's demonstrated and taught out there, and 2, I couldn't be bothered writing them myself. These tests are for a simple .NET to-do API for a to-do list application. They cover a couple of test cases for the getToDo function. Our first example is getToDo returns not found if not exists, or as I like to call it, to-do1 is not found with empty database. The test has 3 parts which I've helpfully labelled. We have arrange, act, and assert. First, we spin up a new empty database, and then we try getting the to-do with ID1. We then assert, we get a not found result, and we've proved we can't retrieve to-do1 from an API with an empty database, which is great, except we only have an empty database once, so it's not really representative of the actual use case of our software, where our database has data in it. Next, we have what they've called getToDo returns to-do from database. In reality, it's getToDo1 returns to-do with ID1. This time, we create a test to do with ID1 and a test title, description, and isDone property. We insert it into our database. We call getToDos with ID1 and retrieve a to-do. Then we assert that the 2 we get back has an ID of 1. We ignore the other properties we dutifully filled out. Hopefully title, description, and isDone are the same as our original test to do. We call these example-based tests. We pick an example, hardcode the data into the test input, and then we assert that the output values match what we've pre-calculated. I'm going to call this the boring way. Who enjoys writing this sort of stuff? Nope, doesn't look like anyone else does either. Cool. I can write 1 or 2 and then I've had enough. Unfortunately, test suite requires a little bit more than that. The boring way has a few issues. The first is I don't like doing it. And I don't want to do things I don't like doing. Writing tests when you don't want to do them can be an exercise in resentment. Who wants resentful tests in their code base? If I'm bored, I'm going to be less engaged and I'm less likely to do it well. I may miss some test cases. It's tempting to do the bare minimum that's required to get a pull request approved, rather than what's required to actually ensure our software has high quality. Handwritten test data favors oversimplified test, which isn't representative of what our software is actually doing. How many of your users are Mr. Testing McTestface from 1 to 3 Test Street, Exampleville? You have to balance test cases that can be easily read and understood against more complex test cases made useful for finding bugs. It's a lot of work to write a comprehensive test suite in this way. You have to come up with a large corpus of examples, and then you might have to hand calculate results for all of those. A large suite of very similar but slightly different tests invites copy and paste errors. Attempting to apply deduplication by factoring out distinct data or set up boilerplate into common test functions adds a layer of indirection and obfuscation. It can also unnecessarily couple tests that should be distinct to each other. Humans are bad at doing complex, repetitive tasks with a high degree of quality, which is why we automate stuff. There's a different way, hurrah! Property-based testing is another way of writing tests. It eliminates the need to manually create test data and is written in a style that is more similar to programming. Property-based testing is a generative testing technique. The tests use generated test data rather than specific examples. Each test checks that a property holds for a system under test, and given inputs of characteristic X, we can expect behavior with characteristic Y. The tests generate data in search of counterexamples where the property doesn't hold. If it doesn't find any counterexamples, our test passed. Properties are just rules that describe the behavior of a system. The general form is, for all inputs like characteristic, when precondition holds, property is true. This is a bit academic. Let's have a look at an example. Let's start with a simple example, an order function. Order takes an input sequence and creates an ordered output sequence from it. Order has two key properties. The first is that the elements of the output sequence are in order. And the second is that the output sequence maintains the elements from the original input sequence. Elements are in order. This is a property that gives order its name. A sequence is ordered when the element at index n is less than or equal to the element at index n plus 1. We can test that every element in a sequence is less than or equal to the next. Here's an implementation of a test for the elements are ordered property using the fscheck library. For each test case, fscheck generates an arbitrary array of ints and passes it to our test function. Inside the function body, we order the sequence, and then we check whether it's ordered. Instead of calling assert functions, we just return the result of our check. The test runner takes our property, generates the values, and executes the test for all of them. We can see here that it tried 100 test cases, and they all passed. Here's how we stop ourselves getting away with just returning a static ordered list by verifying that the output sequence actually has the same elements as our input. Most of the test remains the same as the previous one. We just change what we're checking. There's a few characteristics that set property and example-based tests apart. Example-based tests have hand-generated test data, whereas property-based tests will use a pseudo-random set of data. We verify values when we're doing example-based testing compared to characteristics with properties. Example-based tests have one test case per test you write. Occasionally, you could have many pieces of data feed into the same test case, but you still have to write out each piece of data individually, compared to the hundreds we get from property-based testing. Every test run of an example-based test suite will use the same data, whereas you'll get different data on each run of a property-based test suite. The writing experience of example-based tests is like data entry, whereas property-based tests, it's like programming. And example-based tests are boring. Property-based tests are less boring. Okay, let's take a quick look at the test boilerplate to get ready for the example. Let's get rid of... Here's the standard structure of a test. It's a function that returns a property. We decorate it with the property attribute which registers it with xunit. Xunit has fscheck integration, and xunit will use the fscheck test runner to run the test. There's a couple of other ways to declare a test, but I'll use this form because it gives us the most control and it has the nicest test runner integration. We'll use this form with prop for all to generate our properties. Properties are the building blocks of property-based test suites. Each test run checks the properties in our suite. We can compose properties together using logic operations such as and, or when. Properties also have decorators we can use to give this test runner more informative output. Let's learn by example and see how to construct a simple property-based test suite from scratch. We'll walk through implementing and testing FizzBuzz. FizzBuzz, everyone's favorite programming challenge. FizzBuzz is a simple counting game to teach children division. Somehow, it's also been adapted to test programmers. Let's work through it rule by rule. Let's ignore fizzing and buzzing for now and start with the base case, stringifying the original number. This is our first property. For all integer inputs, we get back the original string representation. We'll call the test returns original number. We can rephrase this as for all arbitrary integers. We use an arbitrary int to provide the test data for prop for all. Let's take a look at arbitraries. Arbitraries are what provide the test data for our properties. Property-based testing frameworks include a number of default arbitraries for common types. They can also generate them for user-defined types by using the default generator for each member. An arbitrary wraps a generator, which generates data, and optionally, a shrinker, which does failure case simplification. Let's ignore shrinkers for now and have a look at generators. Generators generate the data an arbitrary provides. The most basic generator aims to produce a uniform selection of values for a type. Generators can also sample from an array or a set of values, create lists, or return the same thing over and over and over and over. The libraries include a number of primitives we can use to make our own generators. These include functions we can apply to the generated values to transform existing generators into new generators. FSCheck has a collection of default arbitraries. The arbmap contains all the registered arbitraries. In this case, we'll use the arbitrary for ints, which will produce positive and negative integer values. We can use arbmap default arb4 int to retrieve it from the arbmap. Now that we've covered the input data, we can look at the testing we get back the string representation part. This part of the property is the testable. The testable is what gets evaluated for each generated value. This is a function that takes the type produced by the arbitrary as an input. It can take a few forms. It may return a boolean to indicate success or failure, have no return, and throw in failure, or it could return another property. Our testable here is a simple lambda that takes an int x, calls fizzbuzz with it, and returns whether the result of that calculation is equal to the result of x to string. The fizzbuzz implementation for this requirement is pretty simple. We just call toString on the input. Now that we have a test, we're ready to move on to our second property. Let's add a new requirement. Multiples of 3 return fizz. Here's the test for this new property. First, we need to generate some multiples of 3. Here's where we create our first generator. We extract the generator from the default arbitrary for ints. We apply a transformation to the generated values by calling select x maps to x times 3 to multiply each originally generated number by 3. We then rewrap it in a new arbitrary with arb from gen. We could have also routed to the nearest multiple of 3, but this method is simpler and gives us more distinct values. Changing the requirements has caused the original test to fail. After 6 tests, we found that our property does not hold for the value 6. It also doesn't hold for the value 0. Let's add a label to see what's going on. Labels are shown in the output of failing properties. We can write a wrapper for the equals operator to add a label that prints the value of the operands. The test now shows that buzz does not equal 0. Returning buzz rather than 0 is the expected behavior of this test. So let's fix the test. We're going to fix the test for the new requirement. We can do this by excluding multiples of 3 from the test data. We can add a filter to restrict our arbitrary to only values that satisfy a condition. Here we're adding a filter that filters out all multiples of 3.
Sorry, can you tell me again why you're doing that?
Basically, the test here is failing for any multiple of 3, but for fizzbuzz, we don't want to get a number back for a multiple of 3, we actually want fizz, which is a requirement of our second test. So we're filtering out of the first test because the first test needs to deal with multiples that aren't numbers that aren't multiples of 3. Filters throw away generated data. The process goes like this. You generate an arbitrary value, you run the value through the filter. If the value satisfies the filter, you can use the value. If it doesn't satisfy the filter, you start the process again and generate another value. Because this process discards data, we'll generate more data than we actually need. If a filter is overly restrictive, it's possible to exhaust the data generation before we have enough test data to run all our test cases. Sometimes it's a better idea to apply a transformation to the arbitrary to turn an invalid value into a valid one. We'll introduce a new rule. Multiples of 5 return buzz. We'll also create an accompanying test. Our test contains some common logic to generate an arbitrary multiple. Let's factor out the creation of a multiples generator and an arbitrary. I like to split custom generators and arbitraries into separate functions because we may want to use the generator separately from the arbitrary to create other generators. This saves us from having to extract it each time. Let's update the implementation, and we'll run our tests again. And we get 2 test failures when we run the tests. The first is the same thing that happened last time. We also need to filter out multiples of 5 from our first test. The second test failure discovers a gap in our specifications. Some multiples of 3 are also multiples of 5, but we haven't specified what the behavior should be for that case. Specs can have bugs too. The cool thing was we didn't have to write anything explicit to catch that error. It was naturally discovered within the values fscheck generated. Let's fix the specification by adding the last property of FizzBuzz. Numbers divisible by both 3 and 5 return FizzBuzz. We add this new test case to complete the test suite. We also filter out multiples of 5 from a multiples of 3 test and multiples of 3 from a multiples of 5 test. Now we have a basic FizzBuzz implementation and a suite of passing property-based tests. We can confidently refactor without having to worry about regressions. Hooray, all our tests pass. Okay, let's go over what we've seen. So we've got the basic test boilerplate. Each function has a property annotation and returns a property. We use prop for all to bind an arbitrary and a testable together to create a property. We can use the arbmat to retrieve arbitraries. We apply a filter to the arbitrary to restrict the value that gets tested for the property. We added a label to customize the failure output. And we created our own arbitrary by transforming a custom generator. So far, we focused on properties. We've looked at how they're composed of arbitraries and testables. Next, let's look at test execution and examine how tests are run. Each test run follows some basic steps. It begins with choosing a seed from the random data generator. Then we generate an arbitrary value and evaluate the testable with it. If the testable succeeds, we increase the size, generate another value, and increase the generation and testing process until we've run enough test cases. The first step is the seed. Property-based tests generate pseudo-random test data. Each test has a seed which controls which data gets generated. Each test run will use a new seed unless you manually specify a seed. The output of the failing test will include the seed that was used for that test run. This allows us to easily reproduce a failure. Here's the output of the failing test, including the seed. We specify the replay parameter in the property annotation down the bottom there. And we'll rerun the property with the same seed. That will use the same data that were generated last time. This is helpful with debugging. You get to see the same failure each time, so you don't have to deal with the conditions changing on you when you rerun. It's also useful when the property doesn't fail on every run. You can pin the test to a failing case, or if the failure happened during a CI run, you can use the same seed to debug it locally on your machine. The other parameter that affects what data gets generated is the size. Size controls the complexity of the generated data. Sizes help us manage the trade-off between easy debugging and simple bug reproduction, and finding bugs that require more complex data to trigger. If we just stick to simple examples, we may not find all bugs. A buggy sorting algorithm may work for smaller sequences. A function that uses floating point numbers may not run into precision errors until you start using much larger numbers. Smaller sizes produce simpler values, and larger sizes produce more complex ones. This can be things like drawing samples from a larger range of possible values, longer sequences or strings, and the inclusion of more varied characters. Here's 10 samples from the default generator of the sizes 1, 10, 100, and 1000. We can see the larger size generated within values within a bigger range. For integers, the size will set the absolute value of the minimum and maximum possible value. Sizes start small and finish large. The first test execution will start at the minimum size. With each check, the test runner will incrementally increase the size until the maximum size is reached on the last execution. You can set the beginning and ending sizes for a property, or scale the sizes in a generator. You can also generate arbitraries that always sample from the full range of a value using the do not size wrapper. N size defaults to 100, which may not be enough in some test cases. However, the best way to generate integers in a specific range is the choose generator. So far, we've looked at custom int generators. Let's come back to our to-dos API and look at custom generators for more complex types. We'll implement a generator for a to-do and then re-implement the original to-do test using the property-based testing. Here's a generator for a to-do. It's almost equivalent to the default generator fscheck would generate for us. Title, description, and isDone are populated to the default generators for strings and booleans, respectively. We're going to leave the ID field default initialized to a value of 0. This is because to-do is an entity type, and the database will set the identifier when it tracks it. We're using the link query expression syntax. There's a method chain equivalent, but it isn't particularly readable. We derive a value for each object member we want to generate using the from value in generator form. Each of our values is independent, but we'll have a look at values with interdependencies in a moment. Now that we looked a little at custom generators for objects, let's use it to re-implement the original to-dos test. As a reminder, here's what the original test looked like. The test attempted to retrieve a to-do by ID. To do this, we did an ID for a to-do that does not exist. There's a few options we have for doing this. We could use an empty database and choose an ID greater than 0, which is what the original test did, but it's not very useful. We can choose a ID that's greater than the number of values that have been added. This makes assumptions about how IDs are generated. It would be better if we didn't have to make those assumptions. Or, the option, adding data, letting the database populate the IDs, followed by deleting a to-do, and then using its ID. We have an ID that could plausibly exist within our data, but we know it doesn't exist because we've removed it. Let's use that option. Here we have a generator with a dependency between members. We generate a list of to-dos and the index of one to delete. First, we populate our database with the to-dos we've generated. Adding them to the database will populate the IDs. Next, we take the one we want to remove and we delete it. The ID will no longer be found. And then we attempt to retrieve it using the ID and verify it's not found. We'll stick with the xunit asserts functions. The throw and failure, which will fail our test, will also get some object formatting for free. We can adapt the not found test for the found case. This time, we just select the to-do without deleting it. These tests aren't that different to their original example-based versions. We're just using generated data rather than hard-coded examples. We had to solve the small problem of how we generate usable IDs. It takes a few more lines to write a generator compared to some hand-coded data, but it's worth it because you can reuse the generator multiple times. A good way to ensure that a generated data fulfills the right preconditions is to write tests for your generators. Here, we're testing that our multiples are multiples of a multiplier. If you have well-tested generators, you can then compose them to test more complex scenarios. Let's take a look at properties and the sorts of things you can test. In most cases, properties will be the rules of your system. User information is retrieved, a submitted order is created, invalid registration details are rejected. Observable side effects. Actions that change the system state have side effects we can observe after. Some operations will change the state of an object. Adding an element to a list will increase its length. Creating an entity will add data to the database we can retrieve and validate. The test can perform an action and then check that the system state has changed. Frequently, we have a set of invariants that should hold before and after a function, so we can test for preservation of invariants. Our ordered sequence still had all the elements from the original sequence. Filtering doesn't affect the order of elements. Code formatters don't cause semantic changes to the source. We can check the invariant still holds after we apply our function. Round trip. Many operations have an inverse operation. Sometimes an operation may be the inverse of itself, like reverse. Common pairings are serialization and deserialization, encoding and decoding, encryption and decryption, and endpoints that will create entities and endpoints that will retrieve them. We can apply the operation, then its inverse, and check that we end up with the original output. Round trips can be useful for testing parsers. You can start with the abstract syntax tree, generate a source representation from it, parse it, and then confirm that the parser produces the same syntax tree as what you started with. Matches a test oracle. Test oracles are functions we can compare our results against. This is common when we have a naive implementation that's unsuitable for production code. Or some oracles may only be correct for a subset of values, but we can still use them to verify that our actual implementation is correct across that range. The property is also useful when we're replacing an existing implementation and want to ensure that we're still producing the same results as we originally had. Metamorphic relation. Metamorphic relations are changes to input that don't cause a change in output. We apply a transformation to the input before we feed it into a function and still get the same result as the unmorphed version. Here, we shuffle a sequence before ordering it and validate that it has no effect on the output. You could test a speech or image recognition algorithm by adding small amounts of noise, changing the volume or contrast, shifting colors or pitch, or adding and verifying that the result is still the same. You could test a parser by adding non-semantic characters, such as additional white space, to an input prior to parsing. Idempotent. Idempotent functions will give us the same result regardless of how many times we apply them. Examples include getting absolute values, filtering, getting distinct members, trimming white space, and other reformatting. We may test for idempotence to ensure the correct handling of multiple delivery. We can also check that the result of the first application is different to our original input, but we have to be careful of the identity case that causes a function to be a no-op. Induction. Structural induction is where a problem can be broken down and defined in terms of a smaller version of itself. Many recursive problems have this property. The classic example is a sequence like Fibonacci, where the next term of the sequence is defined as the sum of the previous two terms. We can also verify a base case, then recursively check the next step. For example, we can verify that a tree is ordered by checking that all of its subtrees are ordered. I used this property when I was writing a compounding interest calculator. Calculating the next month from the previous one was equivalent to calculating the balance from the beginning. And there's also mathematical relations that may sometimes apply. Association, where changing the grouping of operations has no effect on the result. Two forms of commutation, where changing either the order of arguments or changing the order of operations has no effect. Distribution, where separately applying an operation to the parts when joining them is equivalent to joining them and then applying the operation to the whole. Identity, where some values have the same input and output. 0, where some values give a 0 output. And 1, where some values give a 1 output. This can be useful for nailing down base cases and forming a basic sanity check. Let's come back to shrinkers. Falsifiable after 5 tests, 2 shrinks. Let's look at what that means. The purpose of a shrinker is failure case minimization. Shrinking attempts to find a simpler counterexamples that still cause the test to fail. A shrink function takes a failing test case and returns a sequence of values to try next. They're passed into the test body until either 1, the property fails for the new example, or 2, the sequence runs out of elements. For failures, the failure case is passed to the shrinker, and the process repeats. It's important to ensure the shrunk values has the same characteristic as the values for the generator. A shrinker for an even number generator must not return odd numbers. We'll see an example of the shrinker for an arbitrary multiple. Each shrink is one less multiple than the previous one, and we'll stop shrinking at 0, which is a minimal value. Shrinkers only get used when a test fails, so it may not be worth always writing them. Sometimes it's easy just to fix an issue with the original failure case you get. Here's an arbitrary for a multiple of a number that includes a shrinker. The shrinker takes the original multiple and produces an enumerable of the multiples that are smaller than it. In this case, the smallest multiple is 0, which is 0 times our original multiplier. The shrinks interpolate between the original value and the 0 in steps of the multiplier. Each time we shrink, value is 1 multiplier less than the previous value. For example, if the multiplier is 5 and our original value is 20, the shrinks will be 15, 10, 5, and 0. Every shrunk value is still a multiple of 5. You can test shrinkers too. Unfortunately, property-based tests aren't the one true way. You will still need to write some example-based tests. The random sampling methodology may not find some edge cases. The data generation is unintelligent. It will randomly try values from its sampling space. This is great when the behavior is consistent across a range and we can confidently generalize from the values we check. However, if your search space is large, you may not randomly hit a small subset of it that has divergent behavior. Imagine looking through many parts of a haystack, but not finding the needle. You can solve this by increasing the number of test cases or tweaking the size. In most cases, you'll have to write generators that have the characteristics the test requires. If your system has a boundary cases delineating different behaviors, it's useful to divide those sections into separate properties. You can test that the behavior is also different on each side of the boundary. Your property-based testing library and testing framework may not have native integration. You might have to write some tooling to encapsulate the property-based tests or inject data into the setup. I had to do this with Angular and FastCheck. Property-based testing libraries are available in many languages. The Wikipedia page for the original QuickCheck library has a list of languages and libraries that's way too big to reproduce here. David R. McIver, an author of the Python property-based testing library, Hypothesis, blogs some recommendations for libraries in many languages. The blog post is from 2016 though. Some of the choices may no longer be the best. However, it includes their evaluation criteria, which is still useful for choosing a library today. Let's recap on why we want to do property-based testing. It's generally infeasible to test every input and output for a function. Therefore, Our tests must sample a subset of the input space. We can write out a small number of examples by hand, or we can use property-based testing to randomly sample many values. Choosing property-based testing allows us to try more inputs and reduces the manual bit. If we sample more of the input space, we increase our chances of finding bugs. I'd like to acknowledge the use of some MIT license code from the Microsoft.NET samples repository. I also used some images from pngimage.com, which are licensed under Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. There's a number of people I'd like to thank. The presentation was built using Reveal.js, which was written by Hakim El-Hattab, Kurt Schgerthardt, author of the FS-Check library. Thanks to the DDD committee for a great job they do putting on this conference. They also provided speaker training, which was really helpful. Shout out to the volunteers. They do awesome work on helping to run things. I'd like to thank the people who listened to part of this talk as I was writing it and provided feedback. I gave an earlier version of this talk for the Bankwest developer community. Thanks to the committee for giving me some practice runs and feedback. I'd also like to thank the DDD sponsors. DDD is an awesome conference, and their support makes it possible. Here's some of the references I used when assembling this talk. Anyone looking to take a photo? All right, let's move on. Johannes Link and Hillel Wayne both have blogs with good posts on property-based testing. Johannes has a series on applying property-based testing with a focus on Java. Hillel's blog includes some ways in which you can extend property-based testing. Let's take some questions now.
If anyone would like to ask a question, I've got a microphone for you.
How much is the overhead involved in writing property-based testing as opposed to normal testing? Because most of the time, you need to sell testing to most projects.
Okay. All right. I've not been in an environment where you need to sell testing. These are the tests that go with the code that go in your pull request. And if your pull request does not include tests, your colleagues will just say, hey, no way, I'm not looking at this. Write some tests, please. Verify that your functionality is correct. I think it's probably similar effort to writing tests the old way, or you might spend a similar amount of time on it. You'll just redirect your effort in different ways. But I think you get more out of it investment for your investments. You can be more confident in your software and still spend the same amount of time. So, sorry, I can't help you selling testing to people. But I don't know, not having software that doesn't break is great, so I'm not entirely sure why people would be against that. Like, nobody enjoys using stuff that doesn't work.
Got another question over here.
Hi, thanks for the talk. You rely heavily in reflection and link, so I wonder if performances have an issue.
I've not found performance to be an issue in practice. For the stuff I was working on, you could do a full build and deploy pipeline in under 10 minutes, which was fast enough for me. I think it's going to be slightly slower because you are running more tests compared to if you write them out by hand. But I think a lot of the overhead is sort of in like spinning up the test cases individually, and so you may actually pay that performance less because you test more data within the same test, I guess, if you want to put it that way. So I haven't found performance to be an issue in practice. If you start hitting those problems, you probably want to look at doing something source aware where you say, hey, I changed these parts of the application and every test case that's touched by this is all of these. I'm going to run those. These are tests for something that doesn't interact at all and I cannot run them, and use that as a way to optimize your performance. But
any other questions? Alrighty. Wes is going to be here all day. Happy to have a chat.
Yeah, I'm not active on social media. Oops. So there's nowhere to follow me. Please come find me later if you want to have a chat. Thank you.
Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and a team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much. Yes. Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay. That's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Hello and welcome everybody. I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage Dawn Cooper. Dawn will be talking to us about stories we don't tell. Dawn likes to tinker with cloud infrastructure and security and regularly goes down rabbit holes in a futile search for ways to develop systems that are both reliable and impenetrable. As well as accidental accessibility advocacy, Dawn can be regularly found sharing knowledge within the Melbourne cloud infrastructure and DevOps communities. Outside work, Dawn is an occasional author, kitchen alchemist, and a raging sports ball fan. All yours, Dawn.
Thank you. So, I'm here today to tell you some stories that you might not usually hear at conferences like this, that you might not usually hear in the tech industry. If you want to follow along with the rather extensive sources that I used in putting this talk together, there is a QR code up there. I recommend scanning it with your phone. It will take you to a GitHub repository which has the whole list. I'm going to give you just a moment to do that. A moment has been given. Cool. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation on whose land we meet today. This is and always will be Aboriginal land. Their sovereignty was never ceded. I also wouldn't be able to tell this story to you without the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander mentors that I had growing up. They taught me many incredibly valuable lessons, but one of the most valuable lessons that they taught me was the importance of stories, being able to tell them, being able to share them. And I would also like to thank all of our sponsors who make conferences like this possible. It is great to be able to come here from Melbourne to talk to you all today. Would not be able to do it without the support of the sponsors. So to kick this off, I'm going to tell you 2 different stories about me. We're going to start with a rather simpler story. Hi, I'm Dawn Cooper. I am white. I am not straight. I am disabled. I am married. And I am, by the standards of most people in the IT industry, undereducated. I do not have a university degree. That is a nice list of demographic data which you would get from a lot of forms that people might fill out on CultureAmp or whatever sort of survey platform you might use when you're looking for demographic data about people who work for you. That's what you're going to get back from me. But if you ask me about the story that I want to tell you about myself, it looks a lot more like this. I like tinkering with clouds. I like tinkering with systems. I like making them secure. I like seeing if I can break them. I really like telling stories, or I wouldn't, frankly, be standing up here on this stage in front of you all now. And as was said in the initial bio, outside of work, I am an occasional author, kitchen alchemist, and raging sports ball fan. Those are 2 very different stories about the same person. Another story. This starts with a guy called Graham Farr, but this is not his story, so let me give you the very basic information here. He works at, or worked at the time that I started putting this talk together a few years ago, at a university in Melbourne. And one of the activities that he did outside of work was he ran these computer history tours of Melbourne. So you get a bunch of people together, you go around on public transport around the city of Melbourne and see all of the places that are relevant to computer history in Melbourne. We saw a whole bunch of old computers at the Computing Museum at said university. We went around into the city and we saw the house that the code breakers worked at during one of the world wars, which was great. Top secret site, nobody was meant to know where it was. Of course, naturally, there were discussions on the tram about, yeah, that's the house where all of the spies work. But the reason why I'm here giving this talk to you today is because the next site that we went to is the Melbourne Observatory. And when you think computers, you probably think computers like the laptop that I'm presenting from today. But the Melbourne Observatory was part of the computer history tour of Melbourne, not because of those computers, but because of human computers. Young women, mostly unmarried, who sat for days on end, and their job was to observe the sky and make calculations. And you talk about women in computing. I can throw out names. Ada Lovelace, Grace Hopper, names that most people here will be familiar with to one degree or another. But we don't tell the story of those young women who were the first computers. Human brains parsing data. Now there are a bunch of stories that when we talk about the IT industry, we do tell all the time about people who don't look like others. Stories about the trailblazers. And they are often focused on the good qualities that got people there. You know, the first female CEO, the first person of this demographic doing X, the first black person to speak at conference Y. Strength, perseverance, resilience are the themes that you always hear in these stories. How many times people had to knock at the door before they were able to get in? And that's one genre of story that people in the IT industry are really, really good at telling. Unfortunately, there's also another genre of stories which we are really, really good at telling. And those are the stories of people who walk away. When we look at people, the trailblazers, it's all about, these stories are goal-oriented. We're not talking about people coming together and building solutions to the problems that they have. We're talking about one specific person often who just knocks repeatedly on the door until they get in. But that's not particularly sustainable. There are a whole bunch of reasons why people walk away, which have been delineated by a whole bunch of journalists talking about systemic problems in the IT industry. Contributions of people who look different or communicate differently are often devalued. Sometimes that can be as simple as English is not your first language, and you are exceptionally good at coding, but you are working with the difficulty of having to translate everything that you say into highly technical, essentially jargon, in another language. Sometimes that can be because of lack of sponsorship from managers, because if you don't look like your manager, if you don't relate to your manager, if your manager doesn't relate to you, it can be much harder for you to tell a compelling story to them of, hey, here's why I'm doing a really good job here. There are also a whole lot of unequal expectations in the IT industry, and my favorite example of this is employee resource groups. Let's get a bunch of people who have interest in this together. Seen it for accessibility, seen it for gender, I've seen it for different cultural backgrounds. And those groups, when you walk into the room, often they do not have external sponsors. They are often made up solely of members of that demographic, and they are often unpaid. That is a bunch of busy work which you are doing on top of your day-to-day job. And I can say from personal experience, from that little list of demographics that I started with, being the only X in the room is really exhausting for any value of X. Sometimes you don't want to be the person that people go to asking you about accessibility problems because you're the only one that knows anything or cares. Sometimes you just want to be an engineer. Sometimes you just want to solve the problems that you were hired to solve. But this is why we talk about resilience so much, because it's the resilience to withstand a death by 1,000 cuts of not only needing to do your job, but doing jobs which really should be other people's jobs as well. So how do we fix this? Well, it kind of starts with portals, and it kind of starts with all of us being here today. Because a lot of people who don't look like your standard, stereotype of a person in the tech industry don't necessarily find the tech industry through going to university and doing a computer science degree. Sometimes they make their way into the tech industry because they have an interesting problem that they want to solve, and they start tinkering. They start coding. They start building. They start putting together software. They start putting together hardware. And I will talk for days on end about NVDA, the free and open source screen reader for Windows, which is one of the best examples, not necessarily that the people who created this came through that pipeline, but this is one of the best examples of people taking a problem that they had and going, okay, we are blind or vision impaired. We need screen readers which work and don't cost the earth. We can solve for this. So where do communities come in? And there are two kind of takes on this. If you are in the very early stages of your time in the tech industry, find the giants. Find the people who can help you. Find the people who can advise you. Find the people who can talk to you about the ways that they have failed. The things that you might not know when you're just starting out trying to solve some sort of problem, like, okay, if you want to build open source software and there are people using it, you're going to need community management skills. Or these sorts of front-end frameworks are not going to work well for the thing that you're trying to do. Or, okay, I get that a document database might seem appealing because it's super easy to set up, but once you get into linked data structures, you are absolutely going to need relational databases for this. You should probably do it earlier rather than later. And then once you get into a later phase, once you're involved in setting up these communities, once you're embedded, be the giant that you had, or be the giant that you wanted to have. Support the people around you to learn from failure. Yours, theirs, the failures that are publicly documented. And bounce ideas off each other. That's one of the most valuable aspects of community. If you can start by meeting people where they are and listening to the problems that they want to solve, sometimes providing that different perspective can help them get from, okay, I just want to solve this, to where they eventually need to be. And meet people where they are is going to be a whole theme of this kind of thing. Have any of you heard of WorldCoin? Bunch of blank looks. Cool. Have any of you heard of Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI? Okay, yeah, that's got a few more hands. One of Sam Altman's side projects is a cryptocurrency called WorldCoin. The way that one acquires WorldCoin is by showing up to people who have iris scanning machines to have your eyeballs scanned. It's basically just a giant collection vehicle for biometric data, which it would be fair to say was very much being pushed in developing countries. Like, the government of Kenya actually kicked the WorldCoin people out of the country. But this is fundamentally a problem of Sam Altman, who I don't know if he'd ever set foot in Kenya in his life before coming up with this idea, did not have the understanding of, what do I actually need to do to meet these people where they are? WorldCoin is trying to solve a problem which doesn't actually exist. And outside solutions often treat marginalized people as though they are the product. Like, if you're not paying for this, you're probably being sold to. And this is a huge... It's kind of one of the things which often pushes people away from the tech industry is if they don't feel like there's value to them being in the room, if they don't feel like they can solve the problems that they come up with, the problems that they want to see solved, then we're just going to keep ending up with this cycle of people trying to solve the wrong problems because they don't understand. They don't have the experience, or they don't have the connections to people who do have the experience to understand what the problems are that need to be solved. That list of demographic data. One of the really interesting experiences that I have had in the tech industry is walking into a room and I look around and I go, everyone here looks really similar, and none of them look like me. And that can be a really, really confronting experience. Because if I look at myself in the, people like me, people who are similar to me in the tech industry, often what I'm seeing is a bunch of case studies. I'm reading those articles about trailblazers who are persevering through all of these problems, and I'm going, great, but that's not a solution to a systemic problem. So give people rooms where there are others that look like them. Give people rooms where you can look around and go, hey, everyone here looks different. So where do we go from here? If you are building communities, there are a bunch of different things that you can do. Your code of conduct is the sign on the gate. DDD Perth has a really good code of conduct. Everyone here has agreed to it by being here. There are a whole bunch of resources that you can find to do this well. There are a whole bunch of open source codes of conduct that you can take and remix. But the important thing here is have one, make sure that people understand it, make sure that you actually enforce it. That is going to go a long way to making sure that people feel comfortable in the space. Support people to get involved, and there are a bunch of different ways that you can do that. Travel stipends for speakers who might not be able to travel otherwise. Programs to get people more involved with the community. Childcare at events, that's a huge one, because that's a demographic burden that very much falls particularly on one gender of people. Difference should be ordinary and celebrated. I don't want to just walk into rooms where there are a bunch of people who look different, and some of them look like me, and some of them don't, and we can have conversations. I want to see that translate into the workplace as well. And the way that we can do that is by listening to people about what they need in the workplace. Check retention rates, not hire rates. You can say, great, 50% of the people that we've hired in the last year are people with disabilities, but if 90% of those walked out after 6 months, what have you actually achieved? We should not have to ask who's not in the room. We should be able to walk in and see people like us there without having to put in the effort. We should be able to see people like us on stages speaking. We should be able to see people like us on leadership roles. And the way that you support that is by giving people a clear path from point A to point B. It's not just about getting them in the room. It is about supporting the people whose stories we don't tell so that we can start telling stories about people building solutions to their own problems. We can start telling stories about teams who come up with really, really innovative solutions rather than every second headline being about people like Sam Altman and his WorldCoin. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. Otherwise, I am always contactable via email. There is a GitHub repository, the link back at the bottom of the GitHub repository from earlier, which will take you to all of the other conference talks that I have given. It was lovely to be able to be here and speak to you all today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dawn. I have a microphone for anyone who would like to ask a question.
If you don't want to ask questions in front of people, come and find me later. I'm not hard to find. I'll be around.
Wonderful. Well, then I might take the last 2 minutes to let you all know where lunch is going to be. So lunch will immediately follow this talk. All refreshments will be in the sports lounge and terraces. I will read out the menu options and where you can find each of those options if you remember what you ordered when you bought your ticket. And I also want to remind you that the second keynote will commence at 1:30 p.m. sharp in the Riverview rooms as well. Okay, so if you ordered the nigiri and maki rolls, you can find that on the Premiership Terrace. And so you can also find the slow-cooked beef cheeks and red wine sauce there as well. On the Championships Terrace, you can find the beef, cheese, and bacon burgers, the Caribbean chicken salad, and the butter chicken. And in the sports lounges, you can find the honey glazed pork belly and the spiced eggplant curry as well. Thank you, Dawn.
Human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our 3 pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. Was that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent! The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit from that perspective. It's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, don't want to look at it, don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay. That's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life in that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent. Excellent. The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? more flexible hours, study breaks, conferences, working from a different location, trying out a new role. Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure.
Alrighty, everybody. I see there are a few people still filing in. A reminder, please continue down to this side of the room, which has a much better view of everything, as well as the opportunity to sit on some seats rather than standing at the back for the rest of this session. So, now you've all had your lunch. We all know that this is the session that everyone likes to take a nap in. So we had a very tough job to find the right keynote for this session, someone who could keep us awake. Thankfully, Richard is joining us all the way from Canada, and he is a bit of a storyteller, so should help to wake everybody up after the food and the warm sun outside. Richard has worked in the software development industry for a couple of decades, maybe a little bit more, and is also a massive, massive nerd. Richard loves to have a geek out about a lot of different topics. One in particular is space. And so today, Richard is here to talk to us about space. space. I'm going to hand over. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Amy. So excited to be in Perth. So yes, I'm Richard Campbell. I made a lot of podcasts. Any .NET Rocks listeners in the room? Oh my goodness, wow. Thanks so much for listening. My friend Carl Franklin started .NET Rocks back in 2002 before the word podcast existed. That's why we call it the Internet Audio Talk Show. Once a week, we weren't clever enough to come up with a name like podcast. That's too clever for us. So once a week we talk to a luminary somewhere in the industry. And then I also run as radio because I decided I wasn't making enough podcasts. So back in 2007, you know, when Vista just shipped, I thought it was a good time to make an IT podcast. And so we just published episode 900 on Wednesday. Thanks. And thanks very much. And for a brief interval, when we weren't sure if .NET rocked, we made another show called The Tablet Show. And then we figured out that .NET did rock, and we rolled it back into .NET Rocks. So that's why there's 3 shows up there. In 2011, the last space shuttle landed, and I went on a rant of everything that was wrong with the space shuttle, and my friend Carl said, you should record that. And that was sort of the first space geek out we ever made. And then I made a bunch more, and you may have listened to some of them, but this particular talk comes from, there's 100, catch up. In 2017, I published a show about building bases on the moon. It was based on a European Space Agency paper. They were talking about, hey, technology is advanced now, it might be practical for us to build a small base, the south pole of the moon, much like Antarctica, it would be periodically manned. And isn't that cool? So I recorded this show, put it out there as usual, people liked it, and then I got a call from NASA, which is pretty cool. I mean, actually, I got an email from NASA, and I didn't believe it, so I deleted it. They emailed again. It was nasa.gov. I mean, it looked really real. So I finally get the guy on the phone. His name is Chuck from NASA. And he says, hey, we really like your podcast. I'm like, well, thanks. It's like, yeah, we're kind of interested in building bases on the moon. I know. Would you consider doing a presentation? Now, look, Chuck doesn't know me. He knows I make podcasts. So he's like, yeah, Chuck, I could do a presentation, sure. And he goes, do you like PowerPoint? We like PowerPoint at NASA. I'm like, yeah, Chuck, I know PowerPoint. I'm okay with PowerPoint, that's fine. He goes, well, that's great, you know, we'd cover your expenses, but if you like to come and present on building bases on the moon. I'm like, okay, well, to who? Well, to us. You know you're NASA, right? Yeah. It's your stuff. Yeah. So you want me to present your stuff to you? Yeah. All right. So a few months later, I got to go down to the NASA Ames Research Center, which is just south of San Francisco, and I did a presentation on building bases on the moon to NASA. My mother is proud. I mean, look, it's pretty cool to be a presenter. Like, make no mistakes. Like, it's really fun to do shows like this and to be involved in things and so forth. When you're driving into a NASA lab and the front gate screen has your name on it, this is a good day. And I could tell lots of stories about just doing this presentation, especially because there was like guys who flew stuff to the moon there, you know, real engineers. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. And so after I had that experience, conferences asked me, hey, well, you did that talk for NASA, would you do it for us? And I'm like, all right. I'm hardly an expert on space, right? Like, there's people who do this stuff for a living. I'm just a storyteller. I'm a pretty experienced storyteller, but still. But this talk has now evolved into just keeping up with what's going on right now. Like, it is a very exciting time to be in space. So I can't go back to the beginning, but let's start in like 2010. Anyone recognize this rocket? It's a funny looking one, because if you've been paying attention to space, rockets don't look like this. This is the original Falcon 9. It only flew like 3 times before Elon kept making changes to it. And look, I'm not a big Elon fan. He's got a little weird lately. I don't know if you've noticed. I kind of like the guy who flew his sports car to space. That seemed like a fun guy. But the whole, you know, buying social media things and getting right-wing conspiracy, not much fun. Here's what's important about this mission, this very first Falcon 9 mission. It was a commercial mission. It was a test resupply mission to the space station. So NASA's gotten to a place now where they're trying to do fixed cost projects. So they're basically saying, we will pay this much per ton to the space station. How you get there? Up to you. I'd suggest a rocket. And so the point being that they have a high incentive now to reduce the cost over time so they make more money, right? This is the same thing that happened with aeronautics. The original aircraft, largely built for military, were not particularly efficient or effective, but eventually the US government set up an airmail service. And they said, we will pay for mail delivered at a certain rate, it was about 2 days, at a certain price, figure out how to do it, suggest an airplane. And that began a commercialization of it. So this, going back now 13 years, is efforts to start to commercialize space. Now the Falcon 9's evolved. This rocket seems small because it is. If we line up the original Falcon 1 beside the later stage models, you can see it got a lot bigger. And those were all optimizations to increase its capability, including the ability to land the first stage, which is insane. In fact, if you want to look at some really cool software, you go watch some of the videos they've made about the software involved in landing a rocket on its tail on a barge in the ocean. But they've done it more than 200 times now. SpaceX just did their 70th flight this year. 10 years ago, there wasn't 70 flights in the year for anybody. They now lifted more stuff into space this year than the rest of the world combined. Now, they're only about 20 tons per flight on a Block 5, but it adds up. Now, it's helping that they're flying all the Starlink satellites because it lets them press against the edges of what the rocket's capable of. But it's in a very evolved rocket now, and it's not the only thing it's doing. They're not just bringing payloads up for cargo, they're also bringing passengers. So in 2011, when Atlantis landed for the last time, which is how I got into doing these Geek Outs in the first place, America gave up its ability to fly people into space. They had to pay heavily for seats on Russian Soyuz. This vehicle, the Crew Dragon, restored their ability to fly people into space very inexpensively, by the way. A 4-seat Crew Dragon flight's about $100 million, so save up. And you can buy them if you want. There's a few billionaires going around doing that right now. The Americans are, because they're trying to do the commercial thing, they don't want to be dependent on just one company. So they do have another vehicle in development. It's supposed to already be flying. It's called Starliner, and it's built by Lockheed Martin, and it has failed a lot. The original test flight was supposed to be 7 years ago. They actually did their first test flight 2 years ago. It didn't make it to the station. It did make it into orbit, but a lot of software problems actually crippled it. They brought it back down, decided they had to do that over again. And it's not like software. You don't just get to reboot it and try again. They had to build another one. And then it got to the pad that had even more problems. And now they're talking about possibly the first functional operational flight in 2025. So SpaceX has gotten pretty good at rapidly iterating on spacecraft, but lots of other people haven't. This particular craft is supposed to fly on an Atlas V. Now, Atlas V is developed by United Launch Alliance. It's another American company based combination of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. They were the ones who maintained the space shuttle. This particular rocket was developed in the 1990s. It first flew in 2002. And at this point, it's flown 100 times and it's being retired. And I would point out that you saw the first Falcon 9 flying in 2010, and 13 years later, they've flown it 240 times. So they're moving much, much faster than the rest. And this rocket's going to be retired for an updated version of it called Vulcan. Now that's a diagram for a reason. We've never seen a complete version of this rocket. It hasn't actually flown yet, but they do have a prototype running, and this is the first version of it. That's the first stage of a Vulcan. It's on the test stand. It should fly by the end of this year. They've delayed it several times. And their very first flight, they're going to fly stuff to the moon. The folks at Astrobiotix have this little lander they call Peregrine. And yeah, it's got a DHL logo on it. So that's, if you're wondering where your package is. And these little landers don't last long. The Indian government recently put one down on the moon successfully. Congratulations to them, 4th country ever to do it. Sorry about your slide into fascism, but do what you can do. And they don't last long. As soon as it's night on the moon, it's about negative 280, and that's a little hard on the hardware. Unless you've got some good heaters, you don't last. A key to that particular rocket, the Vulcan rocket, is actually built by Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin. And this is the engine they call BE4. It's very similar to the Raptor engine that SpaceX made, and it runs on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. The other rockets I was just talking about, the Atlas V and Falcon 9, they both run on a combination of high-test kerosene, called RP1, and liquid oxygen. The liquid methane has become a very hip fuel because it can actually pack a lot of punch, but it also behaves a lot like liquid oxygen, so in some ways it's easier to handle. When you put essentially a version of gasoline into a rocket engine, it's not bad for the initial launch, but it has problems when it gets into space, and as they want to use these over and over again and for longer times, it's better to switch the fuels up. But it's hard to use methane too. We're still learning a lot about it. We've been making RP1 engines for several decades. A lot of these engines have exploded, including the second flight set. So the very first flight set they've now put on Vulcan, and it's supposed to fly any day now. They're now building the second flight set for the second Vulcan flight, and one of the engines during test, which is just supposed to be a checklist item, throttle it up, throttle down, thanks for playing, now blew to pieces. Problem. Good thing is it happened on the ground. This engine's also supposed to go into Blue Origin's new rocket, a rocket called New Glenn. And again, I have an artwork there for a reason. Nobody's seen one. Apparently there's some bits being built in some warehouses, and occasionally we get a picture once in a while, but unlike Elon's approach to making rockets, where we get to see everything, these guys are being really secretive. But apparently they've won a contract to fly a payload in 2025, and we've yet to see one. I'm hoping for you, like I'd like to see another rocket fly, but it seems unlikely. That's not the only big rocket out there. You may have seen this one. This is SLS, the Space Launch System. This is a very odd rocket. This is the one that they're flying to the moon. They've flown it exactly once. And it did lift a Orion capsule, which is supposed to be a manned capsule, although there's not been anybody in one yet, to the moon. They did some interesting orbits around the moon, and then they brought it back again. It looks a lot like Space Shuttle. It has that big orange tank. And the reason is that it's based on Space Shuttle components. Now, this has been a proposal since Shuttle was shut down, even before Shuttle was shut down. The idea being, hey, a Space Shuttle weighs about 100 tons. What if we used all the stuff that flies the Space Shuttle without flying a Space Shuttle? Maybe we could lift 100 tons into orbit, which is kind of what you need if you want to fly stuff to the moon. But the real problem here is that that big orange tank is mostly filled with liquid hydrogen. The Space Shuttle, to make it reusable, used liquid hydrogen as a fuel because it burns very cleanly and it's very efficient. And so they were planning on using the motors over and over again, these engines they call the RS-25s. And they were very reusable. It's just that liquid hydrogen is a very low-density fuel. So when you're building your tank set for your rocket, you have an oxygen tank, what they call an oxidizer tank, and you have a fuel tank. Now, if you're using RP1, your RP1 tank is going to be about half the size of your liquid oxygen tank because RP1 is a very dense fuel. Now, if you're using liquid methane, like they're doing for the New Glenn and also for Starship, which we'll talk about in a minute, and for Vulcan, it's about the same size. It's 1-to-1, almost exactly. But if you're using liquid hydrogen, the hydrogen tank is 4 times the size of the liquid oxygen tank. That's why that tank is so massive. They're using liquid hydrogen on their initial launch stage. It's pretty inefficient. So why are they doing it? Well, have you ever taken a look at American politics? So here's the thing about Space Shuttle and why it persisted as long as it did, is that United Launch Alliance managed to get some component of Space Shuttle built in every state in the United States. All 50 states contributed to Space Shuttle. It's a defensive tactic so that you can't cancel Space Shuttle because you'll be losing jobs in each state, so all the politicians keep voting for it. And then it started killing astronauts, and that became a problem. So they did end the shuttle program. They said, we're going to keep everybody employed because you're going to build a new rocket using Space Shuttle components. But they only funded it just enough to keep everybody employed, which is why it's taken so long to build this particular rocket. And the Governmental Accountability Office, the GAO in the US, just recently published a report where they said, this is a ridiculously expensive rocket. You can buy a Falcon 9 Crew Dragon for you and 3 of your friends for about $100 million. One flight of this rocket is $4 billion. That's an expensive rocket, even for Americans. And this is the small version of this rocket. They're going to make new models. They want to expand the upper stage to increase payload and more functionality around the moon. So those are not going to get cheaper. But they're still working on it. The question is, are they going to continue? Because there is a possible replacement. And if you've been paying attention to space, you know about it. It's Starship and their heavy booster. So this is Elon's dream of a fully reusable rocket. And you'll notice it's very shiny. And that's because it's made of stainless steel, which is very Flash Gordon, but it's also an appreciation that stainless steel responds well to very cold temperatures, to cryogenic temperatures. And this is a methane and liquid oxygen rocket as well, with 33 engines on the bottom. And this is actually a photograph of Booster 8 just before they did their very first test flight, which they did on April 20th. Because apparently Elon is that kind of child that he would fly a rocket on 4/20. And if you watched it, it flew for about 3.5 minutes. Now again, it's a test vehicle. This is okay. This is the way Elon does things. Fly off, and in fact, he had several other rockets ready to go, except 3 of the engines didn't light on the initial takeoff. They shouldn't have launched at that point. What it did was it slowed the liftoff down so much, they spent a long time lifting from the pad. And more engines failed as it flew. At one point, about 9 or 10 of them are out. And what was happening was actually the hydraulic control systems had caught fire, and they couldn't actually control the nozzles on the engines anymore. And so it started to tumble out of control. They detonated the self-destruct system, and because it's made of stainless steel, it did not self-destruct. Well, it did eventually, but it took over a minute. So for a while there, we saw where the explosions had blown holes in the side of the tanks, and they were leaking, but the thing held together and did like 3 full rotations, and then went its separate ways with vigor. And that was the end of the first Starship launch. And that's fine. They have another booster. They have another rocket. This is going to be great. What they didn't have was a pad anymore. That very slow climb out doubled the amount of time that those engines were blasting full bore. They blew through the concrete, and they blew concrete dust for kilometers in all directions. They also set fire to the landscape and burned at several hundred acres in the process. So the FAA has opinions about this, apparently. But more saliently, this was the only pad. And you can't reboot a pad. So they had to rebuild it. And they have, in record time, in just a few months. This is a test run of Booster 9 against the new pad with a water deluge system. So now there's a giant sprinkler head built into the bottom of that pad that blasts water up the same time that the engines blast down. And so hopefully the pad won't vaporize. The FAA, which is the authority in the US for whether or not you're allowed to fly a rocket, has now signed off on the corrections that SpaceX has made. But Fish and Wildlife has some things to say about setting fire to the countryside and firing concrete boulders into the ocean and all over the park. And so they've said between 30 and 135 days review. Elon is upset. Nobody seems to care. He'd like to fly by the end of October. I hope he does, because this is an extraordinary rocket. It's way bigger than you realize. It's 9 meters in diameter all the way up. The concept being that that first stage will burn for about 2.5 to 3 minutes, separate from the upper stage, and then turn around and fly back and land, ready to be refueled and reused, which sounds insane, except for that part where you know he's already done it 200 times. The upper stage then continues on into orbit with its 9-meter wide payload fairing, the largest thing that's ever flown into space. The James Webb Space Telescope, which is a phenomenal story all about itself, we could do an hour on that alone, had to be folded up to fit inside the 5.5-meter payload fairing of the Ariane 5. Unfolded, it's almost 7 meters across, which means it would fit unfolded inside of a Starship. But I'm wrong, 2 would fit. It's really big. And it's supposed to be 100% reusable. That upper stage now will do its work in space and then deorbit and land on its tail. Refuel it, restack it, fly again, if it works. So here's the only numbers in this whole story. This is the breakdown of the cost per kilo to low Earth orbit. So I showed you the Atlas V, which is a rocket from the late 90s, been flown 100 times. In the 90s, it was almost 20,000 a kilo to low Earth orbit. But then SpaceX came along and lowered the prices. And now it's about $8,000, which is not bad. Falcon 9, the current cheapest flight into space, generally speaking, at around $3,000 to $3,500 US per kilo. So get on the scale. Losing weight's never had a higher incentive. The Falcon Heavy actually is a lower price per pound or price per kilo, but it's got some other complications, so we only do certain things with it. The SLS now holding the record for the most expensive system going. There is one that was more expensive, Shuttle. Shuttle all up, when they wound down the program with the 135 flights that they did, came in at about $65,000 US per kilo. Vulcan, the lower three here are all fiction, because none of them have flown. Well, not usefully anyway. Vulcan, they say they'll be about 9,000. I'll believe that when I see it. New Glenn, really fiction. I don't know. We'll see. And then the question mark, what will Super Heavy cost per kilo if you got the whole vehicle back, right? Like an aircraft. Like, this is Elon's old line. If I flew a 747 to Australia and then threw it away, how much would an airline ticket be? If we could fully reuse the rocket, some folks are saying as low as $7 a kilo. Maybe $1,000 a kilo is even reasonable. But, you know, somewhere in that number, now you're talking about regular people doing a trip of a lifetime kind of thing. Like, you're getting into new levels of thinking, but also what you can move into space in that kind of scope. That's the state of rocketry as it stands right now. Let's talk a bit about the moon. This is my favorite picture of the moon. Why? Well, there's always a question you should ask whenever you see a picture of space. With the technology we have today, people can make a lot of stuff up. So the question you should ask is, who took this picture? Because that's a tricky spot. That is the far side of the moon. Notice it's not the dark side of the moon. There is no dark side. It's just the far side of the moon. The moon is tidally locked to the Earth, so the same face of the moon always shows to us down here. And this is the other side. Who took this picture? There's a satellite called Discover. It's actually a solar observation satellite. It observes the moon, so it sits in a Lagrange point, L1, between the sun and the Earth. This is a gravitational balance point, and it's about 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth. But at that point, the tug of the Earth and the tug of the sun are about the same, so it'll just sit there. And so it always has a full view of the sun, and if you look directly behind it, it always has a full view of the Earth. And some clever person was smart enough to put a telescope, and it is a telescope that's 1.5 million kilometers away, looking back at the Earth, because it always has a full frame picture of the Earth, and it routinely takes photographs of the Earth, and you can download them if you'd like. And every so often, the moon whizzes through the frame, and I mean whizzes through the frame, because things are moving, right? We don't understand how quickly everything in our solar system actually moves around. And one of the proofs that this is a real photograph is the errors on it. So the camera on Discover is not a color camera. What it actually has is a single black and white camera, and it has different filters. And so to take a full color picture, they actually have to take 4 photographs. And the 4th photograph is green. And so if you look really close, you might see on the edge of the moon there's a green haze. That's because the moon moved before they took that 4th photo. And they could actually see the little bleed. So it's not, perfect resolution, but it's a cool picture. Why are we talking about the moon? Well, everybody's talking about the moon right now. Now, the Americans have already been to the moon. That was the Apollo missions. This is back when they were convinced that they were better than the Soviet Union. They showed it off by building big rockets. And 12 men walked on the moon. 11 of them were test pilots. One of them was a geologist, the guy in the bottom right-hand corner, Jack Schmitt, the only scientist to walk on the moon. What's the difference between a scientist and a test pilot? When you ask any of the other 11, what were you thinking about while you were on the moon, they all say the same thing. God, I hope I don't screw up. Because they're test pilots, and test pilots follow the script exactly. They're trying not to screw things up. Jack is a scientist, and he was looking at rocks that nobody else had ever looked at before. He didn't care if he screwed anything up. In fact, Jack was so keen to look at rocks, he fell down a lot. That's Jack on the moon. You'll notice he's a bit dirty. He liked looking at rocks. He's a geologist. And so he got a little too close to his rocks sometime. See his helmet? On the side of the helmet there's these little squares. See that? So on your left arm in the Apollo walking suit, there's a checklist of all the steps you're supposed to do on each day. And Jack really liked looking at rocks. And so he kept lifting his gold visor up to get a better look at the rocks, because the gold visor was changing the color of the rocks. Now that gold visor is there for a reason. Sunlight coming down on him has no filter. It'll take your eyes out instantly if you look at it. But Jack really wanted to look at the rocks. And so he kept lifting up his visor. In fact, the only picture we have of Apollo astronauts on the moon where you can see a face is Jack. Because he's lifting up his visor because he wants to look at the rocks. And so he started stuffing bits of paper on the side of his helmet so he could lift his visor without going blind. Humans are designed to explore. Humans are designed to analyze an environment. We're incredibly good at it. And when you give someone trained in how rocks work a chance to look at rocks nobody else looks at, he will jeopardize his life to do it. And he did. He also found some of the most important rocks, because science isn't done by eureka, I found it. Science is done by, what the hell is that? Jack knew what rocks should look like, so he found the rocks that shouldn't be there. He found an unshocked piece of olivine on the moon. Now, if you're into rocks, you're like, whoa. Olivine is only formed in volcanic compression. So that olivine was made inside the moon. Now, there's another way to make olivine. It's by hitting something very hard, like an asteroid plowing into the moon. So there's lots of shocked olivine on the moon. But Jack found the unshocked olivine that proved that not only was there volcanic activity on the moon, but that it actually erupted, and that those eruptions sprayed that rock onto the surface, and he found one. Geologist doing his thing. So, what was the problem with the Apollo missions? It was this thing, the Lunar Excursion Module. It is much too small, it is much too fragile, and it will kill people. And it very nearly did several times. The Americans took a huge chance continuing the Apollo missions. They were just much too dangerous. And so they had to stop. They cut back the missions. They'd done their job. The real goal here was to prove they were better at the Soviet Union. They pulled it off. I mean, you can talk about the ramifications of that. But we're going back. This is the Artemis missions, which, by the way, Australia has signed on to. And we have our first Artemis mission now. Artemis 1 flew already. That was that very first SLS flight. And we are getting close to flying our second Artemis mission, Artemis 2. And there's going to be a Canadian on board, so we're all pretty proud. They are not going to land on the moon. They're just going to go into orbit, and then they're going to come back. They're on a free return trajectory. It's a test flight for the life support system. It's a huge step forward. Artemis 3 is when we're actually supposed to land on the moon. Now, this is still playing with the near rectilinear orbit. They want to put a space station around the moon, which is also very cool. There's been delays on that, and it's not actually essential. But the real challenging thing they've done is they've chosen for their lunar lander, which is the hard part here, SpaceX's Starship. Now, it's a modified version. It has boosters around the upper part of it to help with the landing. Because if you use the main engines, you'd be blowing big holes in the moon, just like you did to your pad. But it's also 60 meters tall. There's a little people down there. Like, watch that first step. I know the moon's got less gravity, but it'll still kill you if you give it time. So they're going to need an elevator. It's an interesting design to make all of this work. But that is the current pacing item, is to get that lunar lander done. So if you're thinking Starship was just one of Elon's interesting experiments, it's also a key part of the equation. In order to make that lunar lander work, they're going to need a bunch of Starships because they need to refuel it. We have never refueled a vehicle in space, ever. We don't know how. We're going to have to learn how, which is why it's kind of the pacing item. There's another proposed lunar lander. This is the one going to be done by Blue Origin. It's now gotten some funding. Notice it's much shorter. The people are at the bottom. Good feature. Fuel tanks at the top, but it's liquid hydrogen, and it's very difficult to store liquid hydrogen. So they're going to have some challenges too. But we were talking about refueling, because that one's going to need to be refueled as well. I don't know, there's something cute about this. Two of them flying real close together. See, the problem is the fuel moves around when you're not actually accelerating. Like, here's an example. This is the inside of a SpaceX fuel tank. You can tell the moment that the thrust stops. All the fuel's at the bottom, thrust just stopped. And the fuel goes for a walk. So you need to keep the fuel down at the bottom of the tank if you actually want to be able to pump it out. So you have to be accelerating the entire time. There's a bunch of ways to do that. On many engines, actually, they have a thing called an ullage thruster, where they'll just give a little bit of push to move the fuel down before they light the thing off. We're not sure if it's going to be going end to end like that, but that is definitely part of the equation. And I'm just going to wrap up now. We're at the limit of time. The place they want to put that base is on the moon, on the South Pole. This is the Shackleton crater, right on the South Pole of the moon. Ask the question, who took this picture? This is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which, by the way, was built and flown by those guys at Ames. I met this guy. And they composited this over a period of months by flying directly over the Shackleton crater with the satellite and taking a photograph and put it together. What's important about the Shackleton crater, because it's directly over the South Pole, there are parts of the rim of the crater that are always in sunlight. And the interior of the crater never gets lit, and it is filled with water ice. And that changes everything. Now we have a resource on the moon that we could actually use. And that brings us to the landers. Now you may have seen recently India put their lander down on the South Pole. First time that anyone's ever landed on the South Pole. And the Australian mission is also a South Pole mission. It is a lander in 2026, specifically to go get the ice. So there's a sensor on it, a neutron reflector that's going to, as they run over the surface, they're going to look for the reflections, show water ice. It's got a small drill to drill in to see if they can actually grind up the ice. I don't know if it's going to be a solid or if it's going to be crystals, and then pull it inside the vehicle, heat it up, and see if they can separate off water. And by the way, you have until October 20th to enter the contest to name this thing. Right? I don't know, Rover McRoverface, come up with something. That's all the time I've got. I hope this was fun for you. I just want you to be really excited what's going on right now. We're all involved in this, and space is going to be a real thing more than ever before, and Australia's going to be part of it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you once again, Richard, for joining us and for talking space for a little bit. We will now be heading into our next lot of sessions. Quick reminder, this is not a break, this is a changeover, so find the room the next session you want to see is in, and please head directly there. Richard will be hanging around for the rest of the event as well if you want to nerd out about space or anything else with him later.
Lower carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review, it's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us.
Hello everyone, thank you for your patience. We're running slightly behind schedule, so I'm going to kick straight off while we wait for the last few panels to close. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome Mandy Michael to the stage to talk about advanced HTML for good developers.
Hi everybody. Oh gosh, that's loud. Sorry, that's my voice. It is naturally loud and they probably weren't expecting it. Thanks for coming to my talk. I know there was a lot of really good ones. Hopefully I live up to your expectations. I am a little nervous. It's been a while since I've done a talk and I was a little intimidated by some of the other speakers, so I do know though, I'm in a room full of good developers. You've all self-identified as a good developer, so I'm hoping that means that you're a little bit open to listening to me talk about HTML today. Maybe it's like a refresher, maybe it's something new, or maybe it's just some validation for how you're already doing things. Any one of those would be great. But I do want to be upfront and tell you that HTML is simple. It's a friendly and forgiving language, and I think that's what makes it such a good part of the web development process. But because it's simple, we often make the mistake of assuming that it's not valuable. And I'm hoping that I can dispel that way of thinking today. Hopefully none of you think that, but if you do, I'm hoping by the end of it that you won't. There are about 140 HTML elements if you include the obsolete and deprecated ones. If you don't include those, it's 115. And of those, you're probably not going to use most of them. You probably won't need the math element. If you don't build tables regularly, you don't need the 10 that go with tables. If you don't do stuff with web components, you don't need slot and template. So for most of you, it's going to be well under 100 that you need to use. Now, I did a very small survey of front-end developers in Perth, and these were the most common elements that they use on a day-to-day basis. Now, a H3 is supposed to be in there, but it messed with my columns, so I didn't include it. But if you add that to this, it's still under 20. 20 HTML elements. That means that there is a limited number of elements that you need to remember for your day-to-day work. Now, of course, there are other HTML attributes as well, but if you can remember the elements, you can just use MDN as a resource to figure out what attributes are valid for those elements. So it doesn't have to be a big burden or task to use HTML to its full potential. Now, in this talk, I'm not going to go through every element because that would take way too long. I've only got 45 minutes and we're running behind. So what I'm going to do instead is primarily talk about how HTML can improve your accessibility and your performance, as well as look at how you can make the most of the features that it provides. But to do that, I'm going to mention some, like a performance metric, as well as look at some accessibility devices. To set the stage for that, though, I briefly want to talk about how the browser loads our HTML. So we start with our HTML file, and the browser doesn't just take it as is, it converts it into a big long string of text. And then it has to parse that text. And then it goes through it and it constructs our HTML, creating the parent and child relationships, creating something like you would see here, which is what you're used to seeing when you inspect your code in Chrome or Firefox or whatever. This is known as the DOM tree, or the document object model, which is what we use to manipulate, edit, and move things around on the page. Now, there are a few other things, but they're not very important for today, so we'll just focus on the DOM tree, which is constructed off what we provide. If you request a div, that's what it's going to create, right? It doesn't care what the HTML is, it's just going to do what we've asked for, like literally every other coding language that we use, right? So at this point, I want to talk about TypeScript, which I know is weird because this talk is about HTML, but I have a point, so we'll get there. Who is familiar with TypeScript or a typed language of any kind? Great. I asked this question a few years ago, and there was a lot less hands, so this is awesome. So TypeScript, for those that don't know, is a typed JavaScript language, does everything JavaScript can do, but some extra things. And you can, basically in your code, you can assign a type to your data, and then at compile time, it will throw an error if the value and the type don't match. Might look something like this. You have an interface and some data, and then you assign a type to it, string, number, boolean. You pick something that makes sense to the relevant piece of information. And if we're using TypeScript correctly, we're being very explicit about what the shape of our data should be. This makes debugging, writing, reading, and working with our code a lot easier. I would assume most people would agree. If you don't, that's a separate conversation. This is essentially what we do when we write HTML. We specify what type of content it is, whether it's a heading, a paragraph, an image, bold, italic, dates. There's a whole suite of elements that you can use in order to best represent your content, to give it the correct type. And we do this for similar reasons that we use TypeScript, to make it easier to write, read, and work with. And in TypeScript, we have the concept of an anytype, which means the data can be anything. But if everything is anything, then you lose the benefits of the language. And the same applies to if you use divs for everything. You lose the benefits of the language, right? This is why it's important that you actively choose the right element to represent your data, and don't just default to div, because if you choose a generic element, you're going to get generic output. And that's not what good developers do. We're specific about what we want. For example, this page I made many years ago, that's my dog Jello, is all made up of divs. And it's okay. It's just a blob in comparison to a page that uses the correct elements for each type of content. You can immediately understand it better. There's a lot more information just by picking the right type for your content. There's a structure, there's a hierarchy, and it's a lot more readable. And yeah, you could replicate this with CSS and JavaScript, but particularly in the case of CSS, that's just cosmetic. It's not functional. In fact, in a lot of cases, you're faking that functionality and the context as well. And additionally, it's way more work for you to do that, so I don't know why you would. And it's hugely problematic for technology like assistive technology and other things like Google search bots, that kind of thing, that rely on you writing your HTML correctly in order for it to be interpreted. Because not everyone and everything is going to interact with your website the same way. There are many technologies that I will try to use, read, consume that content that rely on you using the language correctly. And like I said, good developers use languages correctly and make the most of the language they're using. Now, much like the DOM tree is constructed off what we provide it, the DOM tree is also, it also takes the DOM tree and it modifies it into something that's more useful for assistive technology. This is called the accessibility tree. And it uses the native semantics of HTML to create an interface for reading and navigating the page. So for example, a screen reader is able to interpret the accessibility tree as speech. Now, major browsers like Firefox and Chrome, they have what's called the accessibility inspector. This one is from Firefox. And like the DOM tree is made up of what we provide it, so is the accessibility tree. And as you can see in this example with all of my divs, it's kind of not very good. I don't know if you can see that very well, but It's all sections, and there's a stray line just for a comma. It's much more complicated and unclear. In comparison to where we use HTML more correctly, where things are grouped, again, there's a structure, there's a hierarchy, there's a lot more information, and it's a lot more defined. And a really good way to demonstrate this is through the use of a screen reader. Now, I'm going to use Apple's VoiceOver. I hope that the audio works. Let's give it a go. Nah. It's not working.
Web content.
Okay.
Home. Good dogs. Bad dog myths. Dogs. They are good. We are dedicated to educating the world on why dogs are good and how they can make your life good. By Mandy Michael, comma, August 3, Road 2018. Why are dogs good? Dogs are loyal, intelligent, devoted, and affectionate. They are known to improve our physical and mental health. Michelangelo, also known as Jello. /screen percent 20 shot percent 2020.
Okay, I'm not going to make you listen to that. You might not have heard it at the beginning, but it read the links at the top out as text. And the reason it did this is because what makes them links is an on-click event, which the accessibility tree doesn't know about, so it just thinks that those links are text. It also read out that terrible image file name because I didn't add an alt attribute, and I didn't rename the file. It was a screenshot from Instagram. So it also read out the date wrong. It said road instead of third. So, you know, like, it's not great, right? There's no context. It's okay, but this is a pretty simple page. Imagine how that would be if it was a lot more complicated. In comparison to this page,
you are currently on web content. Dogs are good. Web content. Navigation main navigation 1 item. List 3 items. Visited. Link. Home. Link. Good dogs. Link. Bad dog myths. Heading level 1. Dogs. They are good. We are dedicated to educating the world on why dogs are good and how they can make your life good. Mandy Michael. August 3rd, 2018. Heading level 2. Why are dogs good? Dogs are loyal, intelligent, devoted, and affectionate. They are known to improve our physical and mental health. A dog named Michelangelo, also known as Jello.
okay, there might be a little bit of messaging to try and push that dogs are good. If you don't believe that, that's okay. Any animal is also great. But you can clearly see, right, this is a lot better. It said that there were links, how many there were, whether or not I'd visited them. It told us about lists. It told us what headings were. The image was better. It wasn't great, actually. I should have put a better descriptive alt attribute, but it was better. We're giving the browser and the accessibility tree the information it needs to present the content in a more meaningful and useful way. Much like we do UX for design, you can kind of think as HTML like UX for assistive tech and other technologies like Siri, reading apps, Google search, which rely on your HTML in order to glean that context from it. And if we don't provide that context to the user, they have to do more work, but so does the browser. If we present the DOM with a large amount of information, it means that the accessibility tree also needs to do more work to figure out what to do with it. And as you might imagine, like when you throw a bunch of information at the browser, it's going to slow it down. And that's further going to slow down the accessibility tree. Now, I saw this great talk by Eric Bailey. You can check out his talks on Noticed, / Eric W. Bailey. And he talked about this problem with the accessibility tree, and it was fascinating. He's an inclusive design advocate, and in his talk, he said that when the accessibility tree is slowed down by excessive code, it can create a lack of synchronization between the current state of the page and what the user is presented by the assistive tech. This results in a mismatch between the page and what the user is presented with. And as you can understand, I'm sure that's very confusing. It's like having shitty dubbing or lag in a video game. Not a fun experience. Additionally, a large, complicated accessibility tree can crash the browser because the more information you put into it without any context, it's just going to dump it all in there like a big blob. You know, like when you save all of your files to the desktop, and then it just becomes like 1,000 files, and you just end up deleting them or putting in that like for later filing folder. It's too much, you can't deal with it, and neither can the accessibility tree. And this is why it's important that we consider what information we're sending to the browser. Now I know, because you're all good developers, that you care about accessibility, but if you don't, or it's not top of your priority, I should say, I know what businesses are like, it's not just the accessibility that matters. Bad HTML can also impact your web page performance. Google's Lighthouse tool recommends a max depth of 32 nodes and no parent node with more than 60 child nodes. Now this seems like it's not very much, right? 32 nodes, 62 nodes. But when you're building at a component level and you're adding a div here and a div there and a wrapper over there and this thing here, it's kind of easy to forget that it's all got to go onto one page, right? So at the end of the day, it's all going to add up. And we don't ever want to hit that 32 nodes. That's like having a bomb that's going to detonate and then you leave it to the last second before you try and stop it. We want to be on the low end. But the good news is that there are a few things that you can do to make this really easy for yourself. And the first one is, like I mentioned earlier, don't just use divs. I'm not saying don't ever use them, like they do have a purpose, just don't only use them. I'm pretty confident everyone in this room could memorize these, or whatever your day-to-day HTML elements would be. So get to know the ones that are available to you and use the ones appropriate for your content. This is going to help you create something that can be more easily read by the accessibility tree and help you create more performant websites, all by using HTML the way it was intended. And you already have to write it, so why not make the most of it? And there are some simple things that you can follow. I'm going to talk about a few kind of beginner things here, mainly because it happens a lot, so I'm not sure it really is a beginner thing, and I thought it was important to touch on it. The first thing that I would suggest to people to write good HTML for performant websites and good accessibility, use the named element for what you're building. If you have a header, use a header. A button should be a button, a footer should be a footer, a label should be a label, a section, an article, an input, an input. A link is not a link, it's an anchor, but that's not a good example. For the most part, use the element that's named accordingly. HTML is intentionally simple, especially the newer elements that were added in more recent years. The elements are named to help you out. It's not a trap. You can embrace it and use the things that are named. They're not here to trick you, for the most part. And the same applies to headings. They're numbered for a reason. Use them in order. They have a meaning. They provide a structure and a hierarchy. And when you use them out of order, you mess with that hierarchy. And I know that developers don't love hierarchy, and we like to rebel against it and have that nice flat structure in our organizations. But in the case of headings, I would say, please embrace them and use them in order. And this is particularly important for accessibility because assistive tech tends to use headings for navigational purposes. So people will often use the keyboard shortcut to jump between headings, or they'll use the rotor, which is this. Now, the rotor is a part of accessibility devices which kind of groups information, headings, landmarks, links, and it presents them in this format, kind of like a table of contents. And you can click through them to click on and jump to those sections. But I do also know that sometimes it's not as easy as it sounds. For example, if you take a design like this, very simple, where you've got a big heading and a little bit of text above it. That little bit of text is often referred to as a kicker or an eyebrow. which is weird. I'm not going to call it that because it makes me a bit uncomfortable, but if you're Googling it, apparently that is also a legitimate term. And normally, we would mark up this where the big text is a H1, and then we would do something else for that little text. But what do? Normally, you'll see stuff like this. H3, H1, div H1, span H1, paragraph H1, stuff like that. I personally would do this. I would say a H1 with a span inside, and then HTML and its benefits as the main text. And then I would use CSS to style the span to match that. And the screen reader would read this out as good developers, HTML and its benefits, which is great. But I think this largely depends on context, because good developers might actually be a better heading one than HTML and its benefits. So what I like to do is think about the content completely separately from design. If I was to write this in a Word document, how would I structure the headings? The design isn't really that important. We can use CSS in order to replicate that if we need to. Potentially controversial take, and I say this with the deepest respect for designers, especially if there are any in the room. Just because it's in a design does not mean you have to do it. You don't have to. You can always say, is this necessary? Design and development are linked, and they should be worked on together, not in isolation. Never be afraid to discuss potential changes if it doesn't make sense once you get to the implementation phase. Because the context of this stuff does matter. And a really good example of this are date inputs for forms. Now, whether it's native or a JavaScript library, there are a lot of ways to represent dates. If you want to do it the native way, on an input you can use the type attribute with a value of date, and that'll give you, at least on the web, this little calendar-y doodad. But whether it's a native input like this or a JavaScript library, nearly every implementation of a date input is a pain in the butt for some group of users. And that's because they're difficult, not just for accessibility, but just in general. I don't know how old everyone in here is, but I'm getting on in tech years. And every time I have to put my date of birth into one of these stupid forms, I'm humbled by how far I have to scroll back to reach my year of birth. But what if I told you you didn't need to use type date for every single date input? Now, I know I literally just said this, and I'm going to say that is still good advice, but I also said that context matters. And maybe we don't always need a complex date picker like a calendar, because we ask for dates for all kinds of things. Birthdays, anniversaries, scheduling appointments. There are basically two kinds of dates, discoverable dates and known dates. Now, if you need to find unavailable dates, look for a date range, dates with a start and end matters, then we need them to be discoverable, right? And a complex UI like a calendar is very useful. But if it's a known date, like a birthday or a holiday like Christmas or Halloween that's coming up, anniversaries, we already know what they are. They're fixed dates. We don't need to search for them. So rather than interrupting the user flow by making them click through frickin' looking for their old birth date, you can just use a text input. Now, there are some things you can do to make that text input better. This is a great article called Maybe You Don't Need a Date Picker by Adrian Roselli, and I highly recommend you all check it out. It's very, very good read. But the point of this, because this is just an example, right? The point is, before you put code in as habit, consider, is it genuinely going to be helpful, or are you just doing things the way you usually do them? And this is a good lesson for basically anything that we build on the web. You don't have to just do things because it's in a design, and you don't have to just do things because that's how you always do it. Now, with that in mind, I do think we should absolutely be making the most of the built-in functionality that HTML provides. Now, it's not always going to be the right choice, like I've just mentioned, but more often than not, you should favor native you should favor native functionality over creating your own. And part of the reason for this is users just get used to the native stuff rather than some custom thing that you built. And I get it. We like to build JavaScript libraries, but honestly, we don't need more. There's plenty of them. I do love JavaScript. I'm teasing it a bit, but it is great. A really common issue with this is links and buttons. Now, again, I know this is basic, but the amount of times I see people do this makes me think that maybe it's not. Maybe using a button is more complicated than I thought it was, and that's fine. To make this accessible and to replicate all of the functions that a button needs, you have to write at least this. At least. This isn't even everything that you need to do. I couldn't fit it all on the slide without making my text real tiny. So by the time you've written all this code and you unit tests for it and you've tested it and maybe you've done an integration test to make sure that the actual thing works, you're going to just use the button element and then just done the integration test or something. Now, I like comparison tables, so I've made one for you, and I wanted to make it really clear which one of these is bad for buttons. Buttons are clickable and tappable by default. We had to add on-click. A button is focusable. I had to add a tab index. A button can be clicked with the enter or space key, so there's keyboard interaction. I had to add the key down event listener. A button is going to announce that it's a button to assistive tech. I had to add a role. A button will submit and reset a form. It can be disabled with the disabled attribute. It's reported to the accessibility tree by default, and it has active hover focus and disabled states. Why? Why would you do the other way when you get all this for free? Now, I get it. Some people do it because they don't like CSS. And they don't like how the browser adds the styling. But I'm going to pause for a sec. You can just Google this, a button CSS reset by Andy Bell. Copy that into your page for your CSS, and then just use the button and sort it. This will make it back to nothing, and it'll be like it's a div visually for you, rather than doing this, which is a lot more than this. So please use a button. And similarly, if you need a link, use the anchor element. I wish this was named better, because that would really drive home my point, but sadly not. Links will navigate to a page or view. They'll change the URL, they cause the browser to read or refresh, they're focusable, they have keyboard interactions, they open tabs in new windows, they're reported to the accessibility tree, and they have all of those great CSS states. Make the most of it. Now, if you were paying attention, you might have noticed that there was some overlap between a link and a button. And sometimes these are used interchangeably, not just in design, but in development as well. But it's really important that you use them correctly because they do different things. So a good rule of thumb, from my way of thinking, is if it's got a href, you should use a link. If you disable default functionality with something like prevent default in JavaScript, then you probably wanted a button. So a link will navigate to a new URL or view, whereas a button will trigger something in the interface like a video player or a pop-up. And using these things with all that built-in functionality is just like using a pre-installed JavaScript library. You don't have to install another npm package with all of those hundreds of files that come along with it. You can just use HTML and get all that for free. Unless JavaScript is good, because that gives us smaller JavaScript bundle sizes. And we like them because it improves our performance. So make the most of the built-in functionality. And like HTML elements, attributes also come with a lot of built-in functionality. And that's what I want to talk about for the rest of the talk. ARIA attributes are a really good example of this. The main purpose of ARIA attributes is to fill the gaps in standard HTML so you can give more context to the accessibility tree than HTML would normally provide. And there is a lot to talk about with ARIA attributes. Things like ARIA pressed, selected, expanded, grabbed do what you might think. They indicate that those actions have occurred on the element. ARIA live indicates that a section is going to be updated. ARIA hidden hides things. ARIA labeled by indicates that that element is labeled by. I always stuff up trying to remember how to explain this with all of the labels. It identifies an element that the label applies to. Really common in forms, like if you're doing error messaging, you can use that to say, oh, this is the error for this input. But to be honest, unfortunately, I would need a whole separate talk to go through everything with ARIA attributes. So instead, I'm going to give you some advice from Perth's local amazing accessibility expert, Julie Grundy, who is sitting at the back there, so hopefully you can clap for her later. She said, this is a great quote, if you're writing CSS and JavaScript that conveys information, ask yourself, is that information also in the accessibility tree? If not, a bit of ARIA might help. And that's a good way to think about it. And you can always inspect the accessibility tree, like I showed you before, to see what you might need or what's missing. But I would add to that, that where possible, you should use HTML attributes over replicating it with ARIA. And so really, you're just using it to fill gaps. So I'm sorry I'm not going to go through them in detail, but I do recommend you check it out because there's a lot of useful information that you can provide. So I'm going to give you a really quick run through of a few attributes that I think are really handy before we talk about performance. This one is called the accept attribute. And what it does is you can apply it to an input with a value that's a comma-separated list of file types, and it will only allow users to select those file types from the system. This is like built-in validation before they've even submitted, which is great. Same applies to the pattern attribute, which allows you to define a regex, which will assign a pattern that you want the input to match. Again, built-in validation. With this one, though, I would say it's very important to indicate what that pattern is near the input, because otherwise it's very confusing for people to know what they're supposed to match. It's just like guessing with passwords and stuff. Another one I love, I've used this before in presentations to make code editable, is content editable, which makes elements editable by the user. Might not seem very useful, but it is really great in like admin systems and stuff like that. It's also useful if you want to use the spell check attribute, which does as you would expect, allows editable regions to be checked for spelling errors, which again, this is kind of like helping people to put content and data in correctly before they've even submitted it, which I think is great because I don't know about you, but in the system that I work in, the data that we get is often very bad because the validation that people, you know, we're relying on people to put it in right and they just never do. So these kinds of things you can make the most of by just adding an attribute. And the rel attribute, probably the most complicated, has all of these things. I'm not going to go through each of them. I will talk about a couple of them soon. But the rel attribute determines the relationship between a linked document and the current document. And it's worth checking out because as you can see, there's a lot of things that provide additional context, but also a lot of functionality as well. Now, there are a lot of great HTML attributes. They have good functionality that you can use. But the ones I wanted to focus on were ones that will help improve your loading and performance. And the first one is preloading of off-screen images, also known as lazy loading. Images typically take up the most bandwidth of any other resource, and they tend to be one of the biggest impacts to performance. This is an example from Google's lazy loading page, which I loved because of the cat, so I just stole it. And as you can see, as you scroll down, each of the image is loading in. So basically, lazy loading defers loading of an image until it reaches a particular distance from the viewport. So rather than loading all of the images at once and taking a long time and impacting your performance, you just load them when you need them. Previously, we would have handled this with something like the intersection observer or event handlers like scroll and resize, but we don't need to do that anymore because we have lazy loading native in HTML. And all you need to do to use it is add the loading attribute with a value of lazy. You can apply it to images, images inside the picture element. It also works on iframes, which is great, but not in Firefox, hopefully soon. Its default value is eager, but that is basically like not applying it at all. It's really only used if you want to override a JavaScript library that has it that you don't want. Importantly though, you should only lazy load images that are not in the viewport. An image in view when the page loads is considered part of the largest contentful paint, which is a performance metric that refers to the render time of the largest image or text box visible within the viewport when the page first starts loading. If you try to lazy load an image that's part of the largest contentful paint, it'll actually negatively impact your performance because it's not going to be loaded as quickly as you would have liked. So if an image is going to be in view when the page loads, you don't want to use lazy loading. As far as that distance value is concerned, it varies between browser. For Chrome, they use a combination of resource type versus connection type. The resource type makes sense. Larger file types are going to need longer to download than others. The same applies to connection type. Because on a slower connection, you're going to need more time to load that in than on a fast connection. Otherwise, you risk the item not being loaded in by the time that you need it. You can experiment with the impact of that by using the network tools in the Code Inspector, and you can throttle the connection and see the difference between the loading. You can also take this a step further by using the fetch priority attribute. And this is going to help optimize that loading. When the browser is passing a web page, much like I explained earlier, it begins to discover and download resources like images. It then assigns a priority to those in an attempt to download them in an optimal order. Now, with fetch priority, you can specify a priority for things like CSS, fonts, scripts, and images. And it has 3 values. Assuming you're not trying to contradict base browser requirements, you can say that you want a high priority, so you want the browser to prioritize it. A low priority, you want the browser to deprioritize it. Or auto, which is the default, which is you do what you want, browser, you know what you're doing. But fetch priority really is only setting a relative priority. It's not going to help resource be discovered quicker. It's still going to make a decision on what the relative priority is, and it's just going to raise it by a higher or lower amount. A really good use case for this is image carousels, which I know, unfortunately, many of us still have to do. And you can assign a fetch priority to the main image, a fetch priority of high, and that will prioritize the main image over the remaining ones. And that's really going to help you with that largest contentful paint metric, as it's prioritizing the first image that you need. And you can combine that with lazy loading as well to improve your lazy loading experience. If you set lazy loading as well as fetch priority high, it'll still be delayed while it's off screen, but it will then be fetched with a higher priority when it's in the viewport. There are a few things you can do with it. Assign it to iframes, script, and link tags, and you can also use it in JavaScript to prioritize API calls. Now, while the browser takes a suggestion for fetch priority, it also does a lot of things to help improve page load performance by trying to guess what the user is going to do next. So, in addition to that, we can make use of resource hints to be more explicit about what we want. Resource hints allow us to tell the browser what is likely to happen next so that we can make better choices. And it's useful because requesting a resource from the server can take a very long time. So handling these ahead of time can make your applications feel a lot faster. We can accomplish this with the rel attribute. These are two of the values that rel accepts, preconnect and DNS prefetch. With preconnect, if you add it to a link, it will load the resource more quickly because the setup process has already been completed by the time that the browser requests it. Essentially, it informs the browser that you intend to establish a connection to another domain and you'd like that to start as soon as possible. This can speed up load times by about 100 to 500 milliseconds by establishing early connections. And that might not seem like a lot, but it can make a big difference to the perceived performance, which is what people perceive how fast your page is. However, if you're making a lot of connections to third-party domains, pre-connecting all of them is counterproductive. It's not going to do what you want, so it's best to keep pre-connect for only the most critical of connections. And for everything else, you can use DNS prefetch, which is going to help you save time on the first step, which is the DNS lookup. And that usually takes about 20 to 120 milliseconds. Now again, I slide again. It might not seem like a lot, but everything adds up. So by using just a few HTML elements in your applications and web pages, you can get some really good performance enhancements before you've even started tracking performance. So if we can make the most of HTML elements and attributes, and we can improve our performance and our accessibility, and we can stick to some simple rules, we can make really big strides to making things more useful and more usable, not just for your performance and accessibility, but for our users and for different technologies as well. And all by using a technology we're already using. We're just using it better. What I'm kind of hoping is that the next time you're working on a component, a page, a product, you make the most out of what HTML provides and you dedicate just a little bit of time to choosing the right element and attributes for the content. You pick the right type because there's so much to be gained from using HTML properly and so little to lose. HTML is not just the foundation that we build our websites on. It's vital for making things accessible, usable, and performant. It's like a hack for making good websites and applications. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to make the most of that and save yourself a heap of time by utilizing all that functionality. And if you use it to its full potential from the beginning, you make things easier for yourself, for other developers, not just now, but in the future as well. Because whenever the browsers improve those native features, you get those as well. So please be a good developer, make the most of HTML and all it has to offer. Thanks Burnt Toast Creative for their amazing illustrations that they let me use. And special thanks to Julie for her accessibility knowledge and Eric. And here's all my resources. If you want them, you can come see me later. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody, we don't have time for questions now, but Mandy is definitely here and hovering around if you'd like to come up and have a chat. Thanks.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review, it's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming startup launcher.
Well, it's gotten very quiet, so I might as well just kick off then. Kaya, welcome to the last talk of the day. I'm very, very excited to introduce to you Derek Bingham. Derek is going to talk to us about observability for developers. If we have questions at the end, we'll definitely be able to handle them. Straight after this, afternoon tea will follow this talk. You can get refreshments and food in the sports lounges and the terraces, so outside. And there will also be prize draws and drinks done at this time as well. So that's what you have to look forward to. All yours, Derek.
Thank you, Ish. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the graveyard shift. You've made it this far. Congratulations. Energy levels? Who's got high energy levels right now? Oh, winner! Who's got low energy levels right now? It's good. A few, I say a few. So my name's Derek. This talk has evolved over a couple of months, actually, out of me talking to developers and realizing that actually we don't know that much about observability. We've been leaving it to the people who run the machines, and that's wrong. So I put this talk together as a way of highlighting what I think, and it's my opinion, what I think developers should be aware of when we talk about observability and what happens to our applications once they hit production. So let's go. Who am I? If we haven't met before, I'm sorry, but my name is Derek, and I am a very old software developer. I have gray hairs. I have pushed many things into production, sometimes by mistake, and for that I apologize to those product owners. But I've been at AWS for about 6 years. This talk, when I talk about the technologies and the examples that I give, majority will be about AWS Stack, because that's what I do. But the actual principles apply across any stack at all. So please bear that in mind. When I talk about a service, I will tell you what it does. And so in your mind, think about, well, I know the service that actually does the same thing. So this will help you understand the principles and the things I'm trying to get at. As you can tell by the accent and the shoes, I'm actually originally from Ireland. And as I am Irish, Australian, I do like beer. I've taken up cycling because of the beautiful weather in Perth and where I live. And I am a big nerd. So here we are. We're in the graveyard shift. We need to learn something. We have probably about this much mental capacity left. We need to squeeze just this little ounce of knowledge into our engaged brains. So please, let's do that. And like any horror story, I'm going to tell you about a story that probably most of you are familiar with. This is a story of the front-end team and the back-end team. The front-end team building nice little React front-end UI that integrates with a back-end API, maybe via REST, maybe via Graph, maybe via SOAP. Oh my God, anybody remember that? And then receiving those lovely requests, it's the back-end team. And the back-end team pull those requests, do some back-end processing, send responses, write some batch jobs, do all the lovely stuff that the back-end team do. However, one day, a user phones up the call center and goes, I did a search. It's not coming back. Then I did another one. And then I did another one, and nothing ever came back. What's going on with this stupid application that I'm paying $70 a month for? And so this support desk gets in contact with the front-end team, who blame the back-end team, because their end, nothing's wrong. And then the back-end team go, front-end team don't know nothing. It's their fault. And so we end up in this flipping loop of finger-pointing, and because we can't actually prove where the problem is. So how do we fix this? Observability. And as we adopt more and more testing in production as a thing. So observability and working out what's actually going on in production becomes a bigger thing. And so this talk is actually called Observability for Developers, or OLLI for devs, because if you want to be cool, observability is forever and a day now called OLLI. How do you remember OLLI? Anybody ever been a skateboarder? OLLI for devs. So what is actually the term observability, and where does it come from? Well, actually, it's quite an old term. When I say old, 60s. Invented by Robert Kalman. So he invented it, and I'm reading this bit because it's the only bit of the talk that I can't remember. So in manufacturing engineering, Kalman's premise was that a system cannot be controlled or optimized unless it's observed. So to achieve that, we need to understand fundamentally what's happening in our system as it's exercised by our users. And when I talk to devs about OLLI, 9 times out of 10, they say, well, that's just monitoring. That's just telling me how much memory a Lambda function's using. Or that's just telling me how much CPU a VM is using. Well, actually, that monitoring is one piece in the puzzle of the observability, and that's why I call it OLLI, because observability is hard to say. It's one piece of the puzzle is monitoring, and the other pieces of the puzzle are tracing and logging. And together, they make up the observability trifecta. However, we usually don't call it monitoring. We call it metrics. And metrics is the thing that you measure, so CPU and RAM, and as a result, you raise an alarm going, bugger, this thing is above a tolerance that I expected. So I raise an alarm based on a metric. And then a log. Well, logs as developers, that's pretty much what we interact with. We write something out to console.out, log.info, log.debug, and it arrives in a log. And traces is how components in the system interact. So component A calls B, calls C, calls D, and we trace that flow through the application. So they are the 3 pillars. How do we remember those? Well, MELT. MELT is how we remember metrics, logs, and tracing. If, like me, you're a visual person, pink ice cream. Metrics, logs, and tracing, pink ice cream. So in AWS, purple doesn't come out really well in the sunshine. In AWS terms, metrics, logs, and tracing is these services. So CloudWatch metrics, CloudWatch logs, and X-ray traces. They're fundamentally how you implement MELT on AWS. And as you see, it's mostly CloudWatch. So here's a nerdy, I said at the start, I'm a bit of a nerd. Here's a nerdy metric on CloudWatch. So 9 quadrillion observations, more than 5 exabytes of logs per month. So the equivalent of 1 million observations per person on the planet per month. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of stuff. And usually when I talk to devs about observability, that's the face I see, because they're faced, and we're faced with a lot of different and competing services to solve the same problem. We want to observe our system, and we want to know what's going on, but we have a raft of services to do it. So I'm going to really simplify it. So when you're thinking about observability and the observability stack that you need, you have 2 options. You have outside-in approach. So this is thinking about the front-end team, where they are very much user-focused. The user behavior and how they track how users go through that front-end application is of primary importance, and so they start there. And I've identified some services to help that digital experience layer. So we have synthetics. So if you can synthesize what user behavior is, you're in a good spot. If you can also generate metrics from real user behavior, which is what CloudWatch RUM does. You're in a better spot. And if you can test, A/B test feature flags in production, and that's what Evidently does, you are in an even better spot, because what you're doing, you're observing new changes to the system before they're completely rolled out. Now, as you go down from digital experience, you're into application, and that's where you're more interested in X-ray and how different components of the back-end system interact. And then finally into infrastructure. So that's where you think about CloudWatch logs and what batch jobs are running, what of the back-end services and what they're doing. And you do that using logs, alarms, and metrics. And back-end teams really like dashboards to tell you that. Or the other way to think about it, and this is primarily if you're the back-end team, is the inside-out approach, because you're driven by those batch jobs or how quickly your database is responding to queries. That is how you think about it, and you think about and prioritize it from the other way, from the inside out. And why do you do that? Well, that's the next slide. So let's give you an example. So if you want from the front in, so the outside in, you want to make sure that your web page loads really quickly, your user's happy. You want to make sure that no purchases are failed, user's happy. You want to make sure that Java errors are at a minimum, everybody's happy. Whereas in the inside out, you're really thinking about slow queries on your database, integration health between services and back-end services, and how many times you're restarting your container. And why do we have these two approaches? Well, and what drives them? Well, obviously, it's what the business wants. In this, it took me a while as a developer to actually understand that I can write code, but unless it actually has a business benefit, it's useless. And so when you think about observability, those two approaches, whether you're the outside in or inside out, are absolutely driven by what the business wants from the application. So does the business more a user experience focused thing, or is the business a more back-end performance-driven thing? So that's how you simplify how you think about your observability picture. So as I promised in the synopsis, I'm going to do an example. So this example is a serverless example, and I'll show you how to start your observability journey on AWS with a serverless example. Here it is. It's very simple. API gateway, Lambdas, consuming those requests, updating and inserting records in DynamoDB. And you'll have the out-of-the-box monitoring that you get on AWS. How do you start thinking about that observability? Well, you don't have to think about it. You can choose that option. And that's what I'm going to call vended melt. So this is out-of-the-box observability solutions that you get on platforms like AWS. And here's a list of vended metrics that you can look up, and there's the QR code. Please don't try and read this screen. Grab the QR code. And this will list all the services that are available in AWS and the metrics that they vend out of the box. You should understand this. Obviously, because this is the platform that you're running your application on, you need to understand it. No matter what platform it is, you need to understand what comes out of the box. I've taken an example. So this is a vended metric for Lambda. You can see here, it'll say what is the metric and what is the dimension. And you can read that as well. Again, you must understand that. If you're choosing to run Lambda in your application, read the doco, RTFM. Then vended logs. Here's the Lambda example of vended logs. And then vended traces. You just switch them on in Lambda. It's basically a checkbox. So I'm going to start the demo, and I hope you can see this as putting just the vended metrics in this application. Now, as I was up to 1 a.m. setting up Serverless Espresso, this is a recorded demo. I don't usually do recorded demos. So we've got product function. So this is the application itself. So it's got a DAO, so data access object. And inside there, we've got getters and setters, as you expect from a data access object. Then if we go into the the product object itself, you've got the updates and handlers. In the handler itself, you've got all the Lambda functions. So you've got a request handler, and you've got a handler for all of the update, create, read, all the CRUD operations that you're going to do on this handler. Now, what I'm showing here is that I've got some logger.infos. So I've went, oh yeah, I need some logger.infos here. And also in the request handler, logger.info, the actual object that I'm pushing in itself. So this is additional logging that I, as a developer, have went, okay, I just need to log the object so I know what's going on. And so I'm showing you those, seeing that there's nothing special about this, and this is typical of what you'd write. Then if I deploy it, so you can see this is all deployed and exercised. So I've deployed it in the back end, and I'm now exercising it. You can see it's all deployed, and I can then look in the logs in CloudWatch logs. So if I click over to CloudWatch logs, go to logs, you'll see that there is quite a lot of logs already there for me. So they are the vended logs that are available with CloudWatch. So what you'll see is the input event. So I've went log.info, object that was passed in. So I've created that, and you get a lot of stuff because the object is quite complex. And then I'll also get the vended metric. So this is the duration. So I've got request ID, the duration that the Lambda executed for. And also, so what I can do is using the request ID from the vended metric, I can see the history of this request as it went through the application, and just by searching for it, which is fine. You know, it gives me some information about what's there, but it's all right. So this is then metrics. So this is metrics out of the box. So for Lambda, if I click in the metric itself, you'll see I've got stuff like, and I'll read this, invocations, some of invocations, the average duration, throttles, some of the throttles, and some of the errors. Now, this might be interesting, but what's it showing me about my application? What observability is it giving me? And then finally, traces. So the last bit of melt, this is X-ray. So I'm showing you the trace ID, and I'm showing you how the trace goes through the application from the client to API gateway to the Lambda context into the actual Lambda itself. And this, again, a vended X-ray will show you just how it comes into the Lambda function, and it won't show you anything more than that. So notice there's no database in that trace, and also notice there's no mention of the different functions that were called inside the Lambda. So that's the vended metric. Is the vended metric enough? Only in demos. You, developers, need to use more than the vended metric. The vended metric is not enough. You need, and when you realize this, you then think, okay, well, what do I do now? Well, how do I fix this problem of increasing the observability in my application? The vended metric given by the service, the stack that I'm using isn't enough. What I do, and what you should be doing, is looking for the best practice tools for the environment you're running on. And so the best practice tools for serverless and increasing the observability of an application is Lambda Power Tools. So Lambda Power Tools is an open source stack that you can add into Lambda to increase its metrics, logs, and tracing. It's written in a number of different languages, including Python, Java, .NET, TypeScript, and it's really easy to implement and adds a lot, including things like embedded metric format, which I'll go into a bit more detail later in the talk, but also best practice X-ray tracing and how to really log efficiently without you thinking about it. So let's actually add custom melt into this application. So to add in Power Tools is simply a case of importing the version. Oh, I zoomed this one. So you might be able to see this one, actually. So importing the version, then importing the different aspects. So Power Tools implements, and the aspects of Power Tools are metrics, logs, and tracing. So I just pull those in because they're the things I'm interested in. And I do that there. And now that I've imported it, I can start using those aspects inside my functions. So if I move over to the product handler, which is my one and only function here, I can start going at logging and doing a different, doing logging events through my function. Now, why would I do this? Because I can remove all that code that I wrote. I don't need that. I don't need to log the object because Power Tools is doing it for me, and it's doing better. It's doing it a lot more cleaner and to a standard format. So I can rely on the format that Power Tools is creating. I can then annotate as well the data access object. So again, every time I reach into my database to update or insert, it will log that too. And then I also can define the log level for Power Tools itself. And so that's what I'm doing there. So what does that look like, I think is next. Yep, so once it's deployed, and we go back into logs, you'll see that the logs look completely different. And so rather than me passing an object into log.info and writing that, I'm actually using Power Tools to give a consistent logging thing and feature to my application. So if I expand one, you'll see actually the entire message is coming through, right? So that makes that log information a lot more powerful, as well as it gives me such detail as the epoch, seconds, memory size, is it a cold start or not, and also includes the X-ray trace ID. Now, there is some overlap between traces and metrics and logging, and I'll go into detail on why that is in a minute as well. So that is Lambda Power Tools implemented in that. So now I can also use Trace ID as a better way of understanding the flow through the application. So what happens is before, you see on the left, so that's an object. So as you must think about, as you log objects, they're different. So there might be a different type of object, but with Power Tools, it's going to be a consistent logging experience. So that's logs. Again, adding the other features of Power Tools is really, really easy. Again, the same sort of idea where you add the aspect. So you can add metrics, and you can add tracing as well. So I'm actually going to skip the code because I want to get to what it looks like. So metrics then, this is a metric that you've injected into your application. So how many lambdas are cold started, and how many times a particular function is being called. So how many products are being updated is what I did here. And that gives you a lot, maybe the metric that actually makes sense to your business. And again, that's where you have to start from when you think about what am I going to log as a metric, or what am I going to trace. Now tracing, I'm adding tracing at a method level. So if you remember when I had the out-of-the-box vended metrics, there was no mention of the database and no mention of individual functions or methods inside my handler. So you can annotate those with tracing, so that allows you to actually really dive deep into what method is calling what inside your handler and being able to trace the ID through that. And so that looks like when I go into the actual X-ray console itself, you'll see that if I click into a particular trace, the trace itself, if I scroll down, you will start to see that there will be functions. So there, so functions and databases included in your trace. So this is all best practice implementation of X-ray using Power Tools. And so if you, whatever stack you choose, find the tool that does this. Do not try and write it, because you don't have to. So then before, X-ray trace, and then after. A lot more detail, a lot more comprehensive. You've got a better insight and observability into what your application's doing. So when I first give this talk, a lot of feedback was, Derek, I don't do serverless. And I'm like, you missed the point. It's not really about the tool set. It's about the ethos. And so if you don't use serverless, you use OpenTelemetry. It's that simple. OpenTelemetry is the thing. So if you haven't come across OpenTelemetry, it is where you can have your application, you install your instrumentation. So it's an open source spec, so you can go in and see all the OpenTelemetry code. You install it on top of your application. It ingests logs and metrics and traces into a collector. So different terms for OpenTelemetry, but it's called a collector. You can also do an enrichment inside the collector. And I do apologize because the slides are purple. And then once the enrichment's finished, you can export that to whatever. So you export it to a backend collector. Now, again, that can be anything. The backend collector could be CloudWatch or could be other third-party tools. And inside there, you can correlate logs, traces, and metrics. So OpenTelemetry is what you should be thinking about if you're not building a serverless application. Even with serverless, we have OpenTelemetry collectors that you can put into Lambdas. And we have a AWS distro for OpenTelemetry as well. Okay, so that is the tools. The next stage of this talk is all about the two terms that every developer needs to know when melting. So we've thought about the tools. It's now thinking about stuff that I've been talking to developers about, and they're like, what's that? I'm like, gee, you need to know this. The first one is high cardinality. So does anybody know what high cardinality is? Got a few. Usually in the database area, high cardinality is something that has a lot of different permutations, potentially. So how is that important to observability? Well, here's an example. So we want to capture the metric, which is latency. Very important in Perth is latency. And with that metric comes a number, and I'll read the columns. So we've got request ID, we've got customer ID, and we've got the actual service. They are your dimensions. And the customer ID, the column 1, and the second ID, request ID and customer ID, they're very big numbers, with some of them have got letters in it. They have high cardinality. Why is that bad when we come to think about traceability? Let's think about a metric called HTTP response. That can have a dimension of either status code or environment. That could have potential dimension values for status code of 1xx to 5xx, so status codes of HTTP requests. And also environment. So environment can be dev, prod, other environments. Then we think about the cardinality that those dimensions can potentially give us. It starts to build out. So what was a simple HTTP response metric starts to give us high cardinality if we want to track it. Why is that important? Let's think about an old traditional system. So we have a VM environment. They want to track this HTTP response. We have two environments. We have dev and prod. We have 10 services in each environment, which have 5 status codes and 10 instances. So that gives us 1,000 possible metrics from those environments to track HTTP response. Now, most times in modern applications, we have a distributed application. So we have more than just the VM. We have a distributed cloud-native application that's running across many different services. So to track HTTP response, we could still have dev and prod, but we have 100 services running wherever. We have still the same 5 status codes, but we could have 10,000 tasks or pods if we're running on kubes. What does that mean? That actually gives us 10 million possible metrics that could occur across all of those just to track HTTP response. And hopefully you're following along. In a VM, that'll cost you $300 a month. In a distributed cloud-native application, that'll cost you $250,000 a month. And this is another thing when I'm talking to developers about observability, is the figure. And they're like, oh, CloudWatch cost me a fortune. Yes, because you're capturing it with a high cardinality metric. So how do we fix this? How do we go to our next meeting and go, I know about high cardinality, and I flipping know how to fix it too? Well, actually, you don't use metrics or logs. You use both. And you use it in the AWS term as embedded metric format. So CloudWatch embedded metric format is a standard way of writing metrics in logs. And so think of it as an example. So we've got a piece of telemetry here from 2 systems. We log it. We don't create a metric when the telemetry is created. We just log it. We put it in the logs, and then when it's consumed, say by OpenTelemetry, and we get it into our backend system, we can then create a metric based on that log. So we didn't have all of those metrics. We didn't create all of the metrics in the system. We only created the metrics that we actually needed, and the business is key to the business that they exist. So by putting them in the logs, gives us options that we can then create metrics down the track. So the TLDR of high cardinality is understand them. Understand what in your system can be a highly cardinal dimension. Ingest it as a log, and then as you need it, and as the business needs it, and as the application needs it, create your metrics accordingly. It'll save you time, it'll save you in false positives, it'll save you money. If you're using CloudWatch, use EMF, and also OpenTelemetry has an EMF exporter. Don't have to use EMF, but as long as the metric format that you're putting in the logs is consistent across the entire application stack. Okay, that's number 1, high cardinality. Trace propagation. Anybody come across trace propagation? Oh, excellent, excellent. So hopefully we've still got some brain capacity, because this is the last one for the talk. This is a typical trace, if you look in Amazon X-Ray. You have the trace ID, which is how X-Ray distinguishes the trace. You then have the root. So the trace ID for the X-ray trace. You then have the parent, which is the upstream segment ID. And I'll explain what a segment is in a sec. And then sampled. So how many samplings X-Ray decided to make. So for example, if we have API gateway, so Lambda is the HTTP request, into S3 is an HTTP request. That is a trace. That really is a purple line. That is a trace. And so each trace is made up of what I'm calling here spans, right? So in X-ray, it's called segments. In OpenTelemetry, it's called spans. You see, it's the same idea. No matter what implementation you're using, it's the thing that breaks up the trace. So we've got a span for API Gateway, Lambda, and S3. And the overall trace ID itself is called 123. So the span ID for API Gateway is ABC. So that means that the trace ID is set to 123, and the parent ID is ABC. Then if we go, the trace goes on to Lambda, the span ID is DEF. So the trace ID is still 123, but the parent ID then becomes DEF. And that's how it works. It traces that application call through the trace by breaking it into spans or segments. So, it's great. But what happens if we're not using API Gateway, Lambda, and Dynamo? Say we're using Elastic Container Service, Amazon MQQ, and then into another Amazon Elastic Container Service. Then the span ID can be ABC and ECS. So the trace ID is 123. There's no parent because it's the first part of the trace. Then the trace ID, as we hit into Amazon MQ, becomes 123, and the parent ID is ABC, because that's ECS. However, Amazon MQ does not propagate the trace. So we lose all history of what's happened because Amazon MQ does not propagate the trace. So what happens is in span ID DEF, the trace ID is new. So it's 436, not 123, and it has no parent ID. So we actually think it's a new trace, which is completely useless because it is not a new trace. It is a flow through the application. We just haven't catered for trace or lack of trace propagation. So not all services are equal, and not all services propagate the trace out of the box. And so to find out what services do, there's the link. Here's the list of them, probably 6 months old now, but this changes. Again, you must understand this. You must understand what services in your stack do trace propagation and which do not. So what do I do when a service I'm using does not propagate the trace? Oh my God. You get a better projector. So what you do, you actually write it in code. So in the consuming service, so this is an example of something being sent into a queue that doesn't, the service itself, the queue service does not do trace propagation. What you do, and what that code is showing you, is you use the trace SDK. So if you're using OTel tracing, there's an OTel OpenTelemetry SDK, and you put the span information inside the actual body of the request as you push it into MQ. Then, when the message gets out the other side, you pull out that information about the span that sent the message, and you recreate the trace. So you put the information in a new instance of the span. And that way, you maintain the history of the trace, because you know about trace propagation, because you've listened to Derek talk about it, and now you're a better developer. So the TLDR of trace propagation is instrument all your code. Makes sense? Understand which service supports tracing and how. So there's an underlying theme here. Observability is all about understanding what you're running on, which should be a thing anyway, but sometimes it's not. If a service does not support tracing and trace propagation, pass the trace content across the service boundary. The SDK will do that for you, so that the tracing software that you're using that has an SDK that will do that for you. And then resume the context on the other side of the service boundary. So you push a message out, you consume the message, you keep going. So the final section of this talk is all about how is Ollie evolving. So Ollie has been around, as I said, from the 60s with Robert Kalman. As we evolve and as we evolve our computing thinking and our application thinking, Ollie itself is evolving. So Ollie traditionally was reactive. So it was alarms, things happen, you fix them. Now, and the way computing is just evolving throughout the entire stack, it's being proactive. So we rely on the old AI ML, and I swear this is the only time I will mention it in the talk. We rely and more on models and machines to proactively predict when something is going to fail. And not only that, we proactively predict what security vulnerabilities are in your code before you push it to production. We predict how many bugs you've injected into your code before it pushes into production based on the history of your bug creation. And we also predict, and this is an example, is anomalies inside your application as it's running. And we do that. It's a very simple statistical algorithm. We capture how your application is run successfully over time, and then as it runs in the future, if it goes over the boundaries, then an alarm. So we're predicting when it's going to fail. And that prediction thing is how I see observability and Ollie changing over time, and we'll see a lot more of that as this AI, ML, and Gen AI trend continues. So if you want to learn more about observability on AWS and the tools that you can use, we've got a workshop that you can run on your own independently, which will go through pretty much every single service that you can use for observability on AWS. We also have a specific workshop for OpenTelemetry. So as I said before, OpenTelemetry is the standard for observability, no matter what stack you're running on. So there's a workshop on how to implement that on AWS. And then there's also a skill builder course. So thank you to all the sponsors. I work for AWS, so we have a coffee cart. We're giving away a PS5. I hope you've all entered, because your odds of winning are quite high. And yeah, thank you. And thanks for listening. I hope I haven't sent you to sleep. There's a few yawns. That's okay. But if there's time for questions, I can take a few.
Absolutely. You've got 5 minutes for questions.
Yeah. We have a question from Mr. Nixon on the front.
Come in.
Mr. Nixon used to be my graduate.
Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller.
How, especially with clients that you may be building software for who are very thin on the ground with staff, which is why they've hired you to build their software, how do you balance noisy patterns and them calling you saying, I found an error? For example, your screenshot you had up before, when you added extra telemetry, it immediately had some 500s.
Yep.
Now, they would probably just call us and say, oh, it's an error. But how do you balance that as a best practice to not just get phone calls in the middle of the night about nothing?
Yeah. So again, it's excellent question, sir. So it's always the conversation at the business that we're not having. So when you do something like a metric, so a single metric on its own, like CPU is 100%, if that appears and flags and the business goes, that's terrible, actually on its own it's redundant because it doesn't mean anything. But combined with multiple metrics, it can actually mean something, and it can be impacting their business. And that's the things that you need to sit down and go, okay, if this happens, this is important. This is just noise. This is important. You need to have that conversation. If you're not having that conversation, yeah, they're going to try and pick holes in logs, which are completely irrelevant. It's all about the business value that you want to alert and alarm and show based on what they think is important. So it could be user behavior. It could be batch jobs on how long they take. Thank you. Christian. Hello.
Thank you, Derek. Do you have any guidelines or principles for how long this telemetry should live for?
That is an excellent question. So again, how risk averse is the customer that you're building this telemetry for? If they only care about the last week, it makes sense. Again, it's up to what is the business value of losing that telemetry after a month, 6 months, a year. Obviously, as you know, you have to trade it off against cost. And so you need to, there's obviously going to be a break even where the cost of maintaining the extra telemetry data outweighs the business risk and the business benefit of losing it. And that's the conversation, again, that we need to have with the business.
Thank you, good talk. So, like you mentioned, the machine learning things, we use that to predict what will happen. And now, like you have more and more machine learning applications, which actually bring some challenge for the developers, like how you kind of check the observability for the machine learning or AI applications. Do you have any like experience or best practice to share with us?
Yeah, I have strong opinions on Gen AI and the benefits that it'll bring to developers. I actually don't think that using something that generates a ton of code with no recourse is a good thing. You need to understand the code you're generating. So I would not build a production system using generated code from an OpenAI model, or not an OpenAI model, a Gen AI model. I just wouldn't do it. It's too risky.
Thanks for the talk. That was really awesome. When you were talking about melting, my brain went to the planet melting with all those logs going into CloudWatch. Is there a thought about, it feels like there's potential for us to go crazy with observability and be logging everything and everything. How do we contain it, and how do we ensure that we're usefully logging stuff and not just logging everything?
Yeah, so it goes back to the start of the talk. What drives your business? Is it inside out or outside in? That's where you need all the observability coming out the wazoo, because that pays the bills of you building the code. That's where you concentrate. The rest you can do almost an arbitrary amount. But if the bills are paid by that part of the system, you need to implement it, observe it well.
Hi, great talk. You mentioned Power Tools. What do you get out of Power Tools over OpenTelemetry?
So Power Tools, as you've seen, it's really easy to implement, and it's built with Lambda in mind, right? So if you think about it's the consumption of compute, if you implement Power Tools inside your Lambda, it's tuned to run, whereas an OpenTelemetry collector may not be as efficient. So that would be the main difference. It's built with that native Lambda context, whereas OpenTelemetry, it does everything.
I had is that compatibility with other Appum tooling like Datadog and Sumo Logic, because you're going down this route.
Yeah. So your stack must be serverless. It must be serverless native to use Power Tools. And yes, you get all the benefits of serverless native. Quick, fast, go to market, open, and adding Power Tools on that builds into that ethos. But really, if you're using an application or building an application and you've got a lot more time, then OpenTelemetry is probably a better way to go, because you've got different hops, different parts of your stack, things that you can use that don't support Power Tools. So we use OTel.
I'm really sorry, that's all we've got time for. Hopefully Derek will be hanging around.
I will be here with beer. Please ask me and reach out. You know her there. Okay, thanks.
Give it up for Derek.
What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex home ownership a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun,
progressive,
collaborative,
colourful,
creative,
fabulous.
Around. Thank you very much.
Strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work.